Good morning and welcome to round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship, sponsored by Tripz. We are here at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough, and joining me is Bradley Hicks.
Good morning.
Nice to have you.
Thank you very much for having me. I mean, I'm looking forward to the weekend, or to the day even. But yeah, it's nice to be alongside you, Danielle.
Yeah, it looks like the weather's brightening up nicely now. It was a little bit overcast this morning with a little bit of mist. I think that's coming off the sea. But nice and brightening up now. The dirt sections all seem dry, got a little bit of dust forming. And we're ready to go for another great day's racing.
No, we absolutely are. Obviously, you was out there yesterday. You got a good look at the track as well. Probably not as much of a look at it as what you wanted, really, with a little bit too close. But how was it for you?
It was good. I did say I think the track could do with bedding in slightly, and I think that's what they've got today. So they've cleared off a little bit more of the grass. We're here on board with Paul Groom, the Tripz rider, heading down now into this first corner, past these rector cells and under the trees, then making the right. A little bit tight here, hop off this banking, bit slippy, and then careful as they head up this banking. This bedded in nicely yesterday. A few people were tucking the front. Then through into this tarmac section, a few lefts and rights. And then picking up a little bit of speed here as you head round past more barriers, up and then into the first of our off-road sections for this weekend. So we'll head up here across this gravel. We've got a little bit of a jump here. And then round to the left. Over a steel jump. We've got an inside and an outside line here around this berm. So Groomy preferring that outside line as he heads up the hill and back out onto the tarmac. Really nice flowing bit of tarmac there. Really enjoyed that yesterday. And then back up onto our second dirt section. Through these gate posts here. And then this section here catching quite a few of us out, me included. You head down and it's a little bit off camber, so trying to make this next corner could be a bit tricky. A lot of people tucking the front there. Then through, off this banking, and then to cross the finish line. So it looks like our riders are now getting ready for Superpole. You can see there Richard Sharp. He's a Team Bathmate rider on board his Husqvarna FS450. You can see there race director David Dearden just giving some last minute information to the riders as they're waiting. So provisionally, it's looking like we'll have the number 108 of Dean Hillier, the 54 of Richard Blakeman, the 7 of Jamie Duncan, the 217 of Richard Sharp, and number 1 of Chris Hodgson.
So just some last minute preparations going on here for the riders then. As you mentioned there, it's Hillier, Blakeman, Duncan, Sharp, Hodgson is the provisional top 5 at least.
So there was Dean Hillier heading out now for his hot lap. So I think they're setting them off from paddock C. So they get about half a lap to keep their tyres warmed up. So, ready for Superpole. It looks like we've got Dean Hillier now coming into this last off-road section. So I want to get a good jump off this barrier and then now onto the start-finish. So we got good drive there going onto the start-finish straight. There he is on that infield section, hopped off the banking up to the next one. Jamie Duncan looks like he's heading out on his warm-up lap.
Well, you mentioned there, number 7, Jamie Duncan. There he is, just coming around what they call farm bends now, onto the second of the dirt sections then. And it's a very technical section there as well, a very tight left followed by a tight right hand side, but you build up a little bit of speed as you go through the gate, but we're around to the right hand side onto the left now. Of course, 2 lines there, Jamie Duncan opting for the outside, through the gate and back onto the tarmac section, onto the front straight, heading towards Mere Hairpin. And that is number 7, Jamie Duncan there, of course, championship leader coming into this weekend, round 6 out here at Oliver's Mount. As we look back towards the paddock section then, and there is Jamie Duncan heading into that paddock, down the step down there, onto the tarmac, up the slippery grass, and up into the middle of the paddock section.
So Dean Hillier provisionally on pole with a 129.682.
So that's number 54, Richard Blakeman, that we're watching on the screen now, into the second of the dirt sections, through the gate, and of course into that tight right hand and left, which will shortly follow. But Dean Hillier, 1 minute 29.682, he's throwing down the gauntlet. That's what Richard Blakeman and Jamie Duncan are going to look to topple off. Step down onto the tarmac section once more, get the power down, head towards Mere Hairpin. And it is Richard Blakeman then, 1 minute 28.474. He goes 1.2 seconds quicker than the 1:08 of Dean Hillier. Great stuff then for number 54, Richard Blakeman. But of course, Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp, and number 1, Chris Hodgson, reigning champion, are all yet to come and make their Super Pole laps.
Yep, Richard got on with the track really well yesterday. He was also one of our race winners, along with Jamie and Chris yesterday. So both of them gelling well with this old school Supermoto track.
Yeah, so they've been racing here at Oliver's Mount for quite a number of years. I don't believe Supermoto has been here around about 20 years or so, but racing has been here at Oliver's Mount since 1946, can you believe?
Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Richard Sharp into that off-road section, just sort of going over that berm.
Richard Sharp, he's really got that by the scruff of the neck there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's proper hanging it all out there, loose as a goose. A little bit of a wobble there onto this second one. Oh, I think he stalled it.
Well, he's looking to get the machine going again. He's, well, I can imagine he's very frustrated with himself there. Of course, Super Pole, 1 lap, 1 opportunity, and that opportunity has eluded him, unfortunately. But now we're watching the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, who shows you how it should be done around the top end of that dirt section. Once again, using the berm to get the drive through the gate and down onto the tarmac section once more.
Yep, unfortunate for Richard Sharp making a mistake on that hot lap, but I suppose that it means he's only going to be 5th. Could have been a lot worse.
Up there is Jamie Duncan then, with 1 minute 26.174 was his fastest lap then on his Super Pole lap. Half a second quicker than reigning champion Chris Hodgson, bike number 1. And 54, Richard Blakeman, a further 1.7 seconds behind. But a great shame for Richard Sharp there.
Yep, so that looks like it's going to be our front couple of rows for this first A race that's coming up. So we will now get ready to go into Supermoto Race C. So we've got our C riders making their way to the grid. It looks like we've got Gareth Baxter down there on the grid, Gavin Skaith.
Yep, a few more runners and riders making their way out of the paddock and onto the grid then. Just getting everything all sorted then for what will be the C group, race 1.
Yep, good mix of riders in this race. We've got quite a few novice clubman riders, as well as some of our under 21 riders. You can see there the number 38 of Dean Smith, doing really well to come back after his injury at the start of the year. There's the 421 of Clint Davies taking up his position. Looks like we're still missing a few as they make their way around.
No, you're absolutely right there, Daniel. It looks like there is a few more gaps on the grid there, with more people coming out onto the field. Of course, getting some heat into the brakes there.
Yeah, we're still missing our pole sitter, but it looks like we've got the 67 of Keith Topless in second. You can see there Darren Chalice waving, sat next to his daughter, May Chalice.
I think you could say he's excited for this one.
I hope she beats him.
But there we go then. So we've got the grid. It's Liam Pearson, number 150, who should be there on the front row.
That looks like it's the grid for the academies.
Oh, my apologies.
So we'll ignore that one for now. We've got a last few stragglers coming up now. Maybe one of these is our pole sitter. So the riders are now making their way for their warm-up lap. Yesterday this didn't include that up-top off-road section, so they'll all should be familiar with it from practice and qualifying. Worth keeping in mind that the circuit is a lot narrower than a lot that we're used to, so a little bit of bar bashing on the start is probably to be expected.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. There's a lot of riders out there on the grid as well there, isn't there? So there's at least 15, 20, maybe even more out there on the grid. We're just watching number 67 come through there. This, of course, is the paddock section before they head into the first of the two dirt sections here at Oliver's Mount. But certainly this narrow circuit will lend itself to lots of frantic and exciting racing over the coming moments.
Yeah, I think that angle really does it justice, sort of how narrow that section narrows to there.
No, you really are threading the eye of the needle there, aren't you? And there's some speed as well.
Oh, it looks like that might be Rick Owen, potentially dropped it in the dirt section.
Yeah, somebody else has dropped it there on the exit as well. Well, I suppose it's better to do that on the warm-up lap than here's the main race. If that's any consolation for those particular riders.
Yep, at least they might have got their bad luck out of the way before the start of the race.
Well, bike number 46 there, lining up on the front row. Alongside to him to his left is number 67 and the poleman 774.
Yeah, we're just waiting for our timing screen to load. So the couple of riders that might have their hands up throughout the grid, that's probably for them to put their whole shot devices on. Just holds the front end of the suspension down and tries and stops them wheeling a little bit off the line.
I've seen a few different types of forms of whole shot devices throughout the course of different sports and stuff like that. Of course, in like top tier road racing, you've got the mechanical thing on the triple clamp, the headstock, and of course in something like sidecar motocross, it's a physical thing where you pull the compress the forks manually and then lock it into place.
Yeah, that's quite similar to this one. There's a ring that goes around the fork leg, and it's engaged with a clip that goes on the fork guard. Looks like the 97 of Dax Almond there, maybe having a little bit of an issue. Got his hand up.
Well, we're just having a look further down the grid here on the screen, but I can see that number 99, Andy Hayes, is out there. He's on the third row, middle of the third row, on the Skittles machine. I wonder how much money he gets from Skittles for that.
I just want free products.
I don't blame you, to be fair. That's a good idea.
Yep, so he's in a little sandwich. Looks like he's just moved.
Well, without further ado, I believe, Danielle, we could well be ready for a race start in just a moment's time.
So Kirk's put the green flag up. So they'll all under be starters' orders.
Away we go then. It's all about who will get the best drag in towards the first corner then for the first time. Lots of riders and a very narrow racetrack as well. So we expect to see some exciting, frantic action there. But it is the number 17 ahead of the 774 and 67 who hold station there. Third place, Andy Hayes on the inside there. Oh, lots of chopping and changing further down the order there. But everybody seemingly through safely around that first corner, Danielle.
Yep, it looks like Darren Challis might have stalled it just there. But it was Gareth Baxter that got the whole shot of that C race. So watching them now all go through that banking section. And it's still Gareth in the lead, followed by the 774.
Yep, they're threading the eye of the needle. They're through the paddock section then and in towards the first dirt section here at Oliver's Mount. There was watching them come further through then, looking further down the order. There's number 152 machine of Andrew Brown then, in around about the mid-pack. But here we go, it's the number 17 machine, as you mentioned there, Danielle. Gareth Baxter, who still holds to the lead as we go through this first section. And they're already out of this first dirt section. In fact, and around Farm Bends, heading towards the second dirt section. Everybody further down the order through safely. A few passes there. Looks like somebody going up the inside. That's a good move there.
Yeah, Gareth making a little mistake there, heading up over the berm on the second off-road section. He's made it through the fence posts. And now into this off-camber tricky section here.
It's very deceptive, this section as well. So around the right hand of there, a lot off-camber, as you mentioned there, very slippy, or it can be very slippy there, but everybody through safely this time around. The number 46 in around about 6th or 7th place. And let's just have a look on the screen as they come through to complete the first lap. It is Gareth Baxter with a 4/10 of a second advantage over 774. That's Rodney Reed and Keith Poplis up in the third place. Mike Francis, Kyle Bennett to complete the top 5 at the end of that first lap.
Yeah, Rodney Reed, not a familiar name that we've had in the Supermoto paddock before. I think this may be one of his first rounds, so great start for him, being currently in second place in this C race.
There he is all over the back end of Gareth Baxter. The gap, as we mentioned there, was just shy of 0.4 of a second, threading the eye of the needle once more through the paddock section then. And before turning left onto the first of the dirt sections, towards the tail end of the pack then, just making their way across the line now to complete their first lap. Such is the pace of our race leaders. That's Gareth Baker still fending his lead ahead of, got number 2 there showing us Kyle Bennett.
Yep, so heading now towards this second off-road section. That lead, not really pulling away, isn't Gareth? He's can't seem to shake Rodney. He's all over him. Looks like Rodney there trying to go up the inside. Not quite close enough to do it before they go through them gates. And the 67 of Keith Topless there also ready to make a move if either of them two make a mistake.
Tell you what, Danielle, Mike Francis, bike number 46, he's joining this trio at the front as well. Number 78 there, Kyle Bennett, just leaving them ever so slightly. We can see on the screen there is a slight gap forming between 4th and 5th place. But it is number 67, as you mentioned there, Keith Topless, with the fastest lap of the race at the end of that first flying lap. That's a 1 minute 40.0 compared to Gareth Baxter and Rodney Reed's 1 minute 40.4 and 1 minute 40.5. So Keith Topless, the man in 3rd, definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Keith raced a lot quite a few years ago and decided to make a bit of a comeback this weekend. So we know he's definitely got the pace.
Well, he's certainly proving that. He's right on the rear wheel almost of Rodney Reed, but it is Gareth Baxter now. Well, the gap across the line, half a second, so opened up by a 10th. But of course, it is a 1, 2, 3-way scrap for the lead in the early stages of this race. Into the dirt section and over the jumps there. Rodney Reed there, for my money, Danielle, is looking a little bit impatient behind Gareth Baxter.
Yep, I do think that outside line on that berm is quicker than the inside, so as long as unless Gareth makes a mistake, I don't think Rodney's going to be able to get past him using that inside line. But it is really easy to make a mistake on these dirt sections. So they're all again bunched up. Rodney there trying for the outside, but Gareth covering all possible options there. But like you say, they are all bunching up now. So they're about the top 5, all really close together.
That's a change of 3rd place there. It's number 46 getting ahead of Topless, bike number 67. So a change for 3rd place. 46 now ahead of 67. With the number 78 of Kyle Bennett in the mix as well. That's the top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all across the line then. 2.3 seconds separates that top 5, with Clint Davies a further 1.6 seconds behind in 6th place. That's spot number 421. But Gareth Baxter doing a great job of defending that race lead ahead of Rodney Reed and Mike Francis now.
Yeah, that was a great move by Mike Francis. Now watching Gareth come through here again, still in the lead, but definitely not out of the woods yet. Rodney and both Mike Francis really putting the pressure on now as they come through here. Gareth's not able to sort of pull away any sort of sizable lead. As they head now into this off-road section, down the grass and onto the gravel. We'll see which line Gareth goes to take.
In fact, it's Mike Francis, the man on the move then, up the inside there. Rodney Reed, does he make it stick? Can't quite get the power down, so it's still Rodney Reed, number 774. And what will make this interesting as well is that as we're heading towards the dirt section once more, there is a back marker that looks as though they are going to come into play here, Danielle.
Yeah, back markers, as long as they stay on their own line, there's not much more they can do. Yeah, it looks like David there may have just stalled. So, but all the other riders getting round him pretty carefully.
Well, that's prized open the gap a little bit between 3rd and 4th place. Mike Francis ahead of Keith Topless. Of course, the gap between themselves last time around was around about half a second, 3/4 of a second. But it is Gareth Baxter getting the power down. The front wheel just pouring at the air there as he gets the power down ahead of Rodney Reed. Mike Francis now 1.9 seconds ahead of Kyle Bennett with Keith Topless, 3rd place earlier on in the race, dropping down to 4th, now into 5th place with the number 67 man, then Clint Davies, Andy Hayes and John Oakes. Dean Smith and Chris Hayes rounding out the top 10 at the end of that particular lap, but it is still Gareth Baxter with the advantage over Rodney Reed.
Yeah, great ride from Keith Topless. Still currently holding the fastest lap with a 1:40.078. So he's definitely got the pace. I'm wondering if maybe race fitness is starting to come into play now. All these off-road sections are definitely physically tiring, so after a bit of time away, that might be starting to show. But it is still Gareth Baxter in the lead, followed closely by the 774 of Rodney Reed. Again, another back marker that they're coming up on, and it looks like Rodney Reed may have made the pass.
Yeah, that was a slight mistake there, I believe, from Gareth Baxter. Rodney Reed managed to capitalise on that one, so number 774, Rodney Reed, is your new race leader as they come back into view then and in towards the second dirt section here. For the first time in this race, Gareth Baxter is doing the chasing as opposed to being chased. Just behind him, number 46, Mike Francis, of course, was fifth, moved his way up into fourth place with relative ease, and then found a way past Keith Topless for third place. That was a couple of laps ago now, and he's looking to do the same thing on Gareth Baxter. Not quite this time around, but they're almost side by side as they go through the gate. Oh, slammed the door shut, did Gareth Baxter, and he remains in third place to Mike Francis.
I think this might be giving Rodney Reed an opportunity to try and run away a little bit now. I think Gareth will be focusing on more defending from the 46 of Mike Francis than being able to chase with Rodney, but we'll see. Looking here now, that gap's extending slightly as they go over the line.
Look at that, Rodney Reed backed that up with a 1:39.44, not on that lap as you mentioned then. So Rodney Reed with a clear track in front of him, really putting the hammer down now ahead of Gareth Baxter, who we're looking at now through the paddock section. But Rodney Reed, he's making a break for it here.
Yeah, that gap's extended quite a bit now from Gareth Baxter, but he has managed to keep the 46 of Mike Francis at bay by the looks of it. So again, there's the 17 of Gareth Baxter going through the off-road section. You can see just how far Rodney Reed's managed to pull a gap now. But again, the number 46 of Mike Francis is closing in as they enter this off-road section.
Yeah, there's Rodney Reed just coming through the picture there, but it is a battle now for second place. 1-2, almost a trio fighting for second place. Now, this next left-hander is where Mike Francis made the move on Keith Topless a few laps ago. He's looking to do the same thing this time around. Again, not quite managing to get the power down, just being kicked up from the rear end of Mike Francis' machine. Kyle Bennett is still there within touching distance, however, so keep an eye on the number 78 of Kyle Bennett as well.
Yeah, Mike Francis looking really, really racy through those off-road section. That TM loose as a goose.
Into the paddock section, then down onto the lower level and back up onto the upper level before we head into the twisty section. But it is Rodney Reed now 3.2 seconds ahead of Gareth Baxter. There he is, just flashing through the screen now. We're keeping our eyes on that battle for second place. Gareth Baxter at number 17, there he is. Then it's the 46 of Mike Francis, losing a little bit of ground, it has to be said, on this lap. However, of course, the dirt section is where Mike Francis seems to shine. Over the jump then, heading towards the steel ramp, and then into that tight right-hander. Some slow riders coming into play there for race leader Rodney Reed, but he manages to pick them off with relative ease there before making his way back onto the tarmac section. Is that a change of second place? It is indeed. Mike Francis now up in the second place ahead of Gareth Baker. I think that was a slight mistake there from Gareth Baker, just not quite getting the power down on the exit.
Yeah, great move from Mike Francis there around the outside of Gareth Baxter. We had a feeling it'd be on the off-road sections where Mike Francis was shining there. Getting really, really busy into this off-road section. You can see all the dust being kicked up as they are coming up on back markers. So Kyle Bennett now all over the back of the 17 of Gareth Baxter. Watching now the 774 of Rodney Reed, trying to get past a few back markers there. That looks like my teammate, the 714 of Andrew Goodsell.
Now what's interesting is because of the hold-up there with the slower riders, the gap was 3 seconds. It's now half a second. There is Rodney Reed, and the bike we're looking for is number 46, of Mike Francis. There he is, just picking his way through the pack. But that is the gap for the race lead. Half a second between Reed and Francis. Gareth Baxter, Kyle Bennett had less than a second covering those two riders for third and fourth place. Clint Davies on the edge of the top five ahead of Andy Hayes, who's made up a position in the previous couple of laps ahead of Dean Smith. Keith Topless has unfortunately faded throughout the course of this race. He was up there in the top three in the early stages, but now down into 8th place.
Yeah, real shame for Keith Topless, but again, great ride from Dean Smith, Andy Hayes and Clint Davies. You can see Kyle Bennett keeps pushing Gareth Baxter now, who's unfortunately dropped back from the lead, but is staying respectable on the podium in 3rd place.
That's the battle with 3rd place we're looking at there. Gareth Baxter ahead of Kyle Bennett. And Clint Davies, number 41 in the 421 in the mix as well. Race leaders into the dirt section already. We're looking for the 774 of Rodney Reed, and there he is, right on your screen. Oh, we've got an accident here on the exit of the dirt section, so yellow flags that will be shown. That's the number 614 of Mark Adamson. I can appreciate you can't see it on the picture there, but he's up and okay, back on the bike. But a slight mishap there for Mark Adamson, just inside the top 20 as we look back at our race leaders.
It looks like there's been a change from 3rd, so Gareth Baxter's now back up to 2nd. It looks like we've dropped back with Mike Francis, who's now back to 4th behind Kyle Bennett. So on this last lap, it all changed in that top 3.
No, you're absolutely right. Not quite sure what happened to Mark Francis. I have to admit, it didn't quite catch my eye there. But, well, Mark Francis, 4th place.
Some really great riding there. Rodney Reed managing to make the pass and stay out in front. It did get a little bit close for comfort for him in those closing laps. But again, a great recovery ride from Gareth Baxter. Ended up back in 3rd, but managed to regain 2nd. Watching across the line now, a few of our riders from a little bit further back in the pack. You can see there Rick Owen, May Chalice. And there's the 95 of Jono.
Oh, looks like we've got the rider down there. It's number 87 there, Danielle.
Yeah, I think that's the 97 of Dax Almond. Looks like he's possibly lost the rear coming out of that berm on the off-road section. But he's up, he's just trying to get that 250 starter.
Just waiting for the remaining riders to come and complete the race then, but it was Rodney Reed then, 1.7 seconds. He picked them off at the perfect timing and managed to open up the gap. Mike Francis there throughout the middle to three-quarter race distance then was really on his rear wheel, but a slight mistake saw him drop down to 4th place and off of the podium.
Yeah, they're definitely riders to keep an eye on for this next C race. So the top 2 from this will move up to B race 2. So that will be the 774 of Rodney Reed and the 17 of Gareth Baxter. So on pole for C race 2 will be the 78 of Kyle Bennett, followed by the 46 of Mike Francis. So up next we have the Supermoto Academy race. So these are our youngsters out on the pit bikes and 85s. So I'm not sure if you've seen any of this. Have you watched the kids race before here?
I think I saw a quick glance of it earlier on today when I was doing my rounds around the paddock there, but you can say these kids, they do start young, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really happy that we've got quite a few girls in this class as well, so great to see them coming up through the ranks. So I think we potentially have the 150 of Liam Pearson on pole for this one. Our ex-Academy Championship winner. He's sat there on his Gas 85.
Well, I'm just having a quick look around the bank, and then you can say it's great to see so many spectators here all watching the Supermoto here and waiting to see stars of the future in the Supermoto Academy here as they make their way out of paddock seat, being led by the number 150. There's number 34 just trying to get his machine started. There he goes through the paddock section now. But these guys, these kids, I should say, I suppose, lots of experience for their age, and definitely wants to keep an eye on throughout the coming years.
Yeah, absolutely. These mini racers have got absolute styles for miles. Watching them either hanging off it, they've got foot off, they look like proper little racers, and they're quick. So at one of our previous rounds, Raura, the lap time of the top of our Academy riders would have put them about mid-pack in the C's against the 450s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, you can say, yeah, not slow.
Absolutely not.
That's the number 125. Is that Isabel Wingate?
Yep, Isabel, she did really well yesterday. So she's been getting a lot of practice in on both her 85 and now on Ovale. So we saw a few of those here yesterday as well. Looks like the 56 of Lily Rhodes there, stalled in the off-road section. But she's up and away.
Got it underway now there. We just saw a quick glimpse of the 150 of Liam Pearson. We're currently looking at the 79 and the 40. That's Jackson Bennett, number 79. Number 40 is Archie Ormrod. Just to the right-hand side, Isabel Wingate, as we mentioned previously. In the middle there, looks like Max Rhodes, presumably brother of Lily.
Yep, that's correct. So Max and Lily all part of the team RWJ, which also includes Rip Jennings, who I'm not sure is out in this one today. Haven't seen him. But as they get underway from their warm-up lap, I'm sure all the spectators will appreciate the smell of two-stroke as they come past.
There's nothing better on a Sunday morning than the smell of two-stroke, is there?
I mean, I'm still trying to get a candle that smells like two-stroke.
I think I seen one online a while back. They knew how to charge for it, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it would actually smell like Castrol R, though.
No, we'll have to invest. There we go, business opportunity out there.
So a lot of these riders have got parents that also race. So Liam Pearson, the son of Blaine Pearson, one of our elite riders. He'll be sat on pole on that Gas 85. And there is our grid graphic. So you can see Liam Pearson followed by the number 18 of Jordan Thomas. Also worth mentioning that the number 10 of Cole Reynolds is also on a 65, as far as I'm aware. So a little bit down on CCs. Oh, it looks like our pole setter's had a little bit of a wobble in the off-road as well. There's Liam just picking his bike up and getting it restarted.
They're just getting some heat into the tyres there, into the brakes. There is second place on the grid. That's bike number 18. Just having a look there, just behind them, the 34 and the 46. There we go. So a pole sitter there, number 150 on the 85cc gas, all sorted and on pole position, ready to get underway. There's the number 5 in the middle of the third row. That's Archie Reynolds. To his right-hand side at number 58, Max Rhodes. And then behind them, of course, on that fourth row, Lily Rhodes and Cole Reynolds. Looks as though we don't have a Cole Reynolds there, Danielle. I'm not sure.
I was just thinking that.
Well, it could well be a case of getting this underway with one less ride than what we initially expected. Charlie Cunningham snaps the visor down on that Shark helmet. He's ready and raring to go. He'll be starting at the head of row 2, position number 4.
I definitely won't be counting out the number 56 of Lily Rhodes starting from the back row. I think she's probably had a tough qualifying, but she was riding really, really well yesterday, and we've seen her ride well all season.
Well, just behind the camera position there, we can see the yellow flag being waved, and there is another rider making their way out onto the circuit. I believe that could well be missing number 10 of Cole Reynolds.
Yep, that looks like Cole just making his way to the back of the grid.
So we will get this race underway then with the 11 expected riders. All eyes towards the front. We've got the green flag up in the air then. The smell of two-stroke fills the air as we're ready to get this race underway. And off we go. Let's get the power down on those little two-strokes. All about who will get the line in towards that first corner then. Liam Pearson, your pole position ahead of Jordan Thomas. We'll keep our eyes peeled, watching and waiting. Here they come then, round the reckless L and in towards the first corner. I believe that's number 18.
Thomas.
Yes, Jordan Thomas has made his way up into the lead then. Was that Liam Pearson down in 4th place, Danielle? I'm not sure what's happened to him off the start, but Liam Pearson, I believe, is down into 4th place.
Yeah, poor start for Liam there. It did look like he came through that first corner in 4th. So it looks like we had Jordan Thomas, Ollie Sims, and potentially Charlie Cunningham there. Oh, that looks like the number 40 of Archie Ormrod there in 3rd. So he's got a good start, starting 5th.
No, you're absolutely right. It's Ollie Sims up there in the 2nd place, bike number 73, chasing hard after the 18 of Jordan Thomas. Qualified 2nd fastest, but currently race leader as we go into the dirt section. Do we go into the dirt section? Yes, we do. Into the left then. And it is Jordan Thomas who will lead the 11 riders around this section, over the jump and in towards that right-hander.
You can see how these smaller wheels struggle on this off-road section here. Nearly took in the front there from Jordan Thomas.
Pole position man Liam Pearson, bike number 150, is not quite in shot yet. There he is, just behind. Is that to Charlie Cunningham there? He set up into 4th place. Oh, Archie Ormrod, sorry, I do apologise. Archie Ormrod up into 3rd place on bike number 40. They're coming through the gate now and up towards that difficult off-camber right-hander.
Yep, Archie's definitely one to watch out for.
Oh, he's took the front. Jordan Thomas goes down, and the new race leader then, number 73, Ollie Sims, takes advantage. The great shame in the early stages of this race for Jordan Thomas. He's looking to get back on his bike.
Yep, so Jordan getting straight back up there. He's just trying to rejoin and get that bike started. But unfortunately, that'll drop him back to the back of the back of this group. So now currently in the lead is the 73 of Ollie Sims on that Kawasaki. But I'm sure Archie Ormrod will be chasing him down. He has a lot of off-road experience. Looks like Liam Pearson there getting all over the back of Archie. But we see there the number 73 of Ollie Sims through this tarmac chicane section.
Yeah, Liam Pearson's right on the rear wheel almost now of Archie Ormrod, isn't he? As they go through this tarmac section, heading towards the first of the dirt sections on this lap. That Liam Pearson, despite that poor start, is looking to regroup and gain ground on Archie, bike number 40, as we watch the 73 of Ollie Sims make his way around the dirt section. He's already around it. He's well on his way as we speak. There he goes through the bottom of the picture. That's a change for second place. That Liam Pearson looking to go up the inside of the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. Not this time around. In fact, he loses a little bit of time. Not quite managing to get the power through the rear wheel and onto the dirt.
Great ride from the number 79 of Jackson Bennett, the younger brother of Kyle Bennett and son of Peter Bennett. So he's going really, really well, currently sat in 4th position. You can see him there just behind Liam Pearson and in front of Charlie Cunningham. Oh, it looks like the number 73 of Ollie Sims has lost it just coming down that off-road section. So our new race leader will be the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. Ollie trying to get back on that Kawasaki as soon as he can to rejoin.
No, you're absolutely right there. So Archie Ormrod then, he was 3rd place and managed to find himself in the lead without having to put a pass on the riders. So not too bad going for the number 40 of Archie. Liam Pearson, pole position man, is up there in the 2nd place now, 1.8 seconds adrift from Archie. So we're clear track in front of him. This really is Archie's chance to pull the pin and extend his advantage.
Yep, so that's our 2 previous race leaders now have gone down. So Ollie Sims looks like he's dropped back to around 8th and Jordan is still currently 10th. But it's now all about these 2 at the front. We've got Archie Ormrod, followed closely by Liam Pearson, and then the 79 of Jackson Bennett chasing them down. Then there's a little bit of a gap to the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham, who's getting a little bit of pressure from the 125 of Isabel Wingate.
I tell you what, these kids are very impressive. They're not afraid of getting it sliding, are they?
No, absolutely not. They're proper little racers. So it looks like Liam trying that inside line again on that off-road section, but Archie getting the drive around the outside.
He just can't seem to get the power down on the exit of that right-hander, can he? So he draws up alongside them, but as soon as he hits the power there, he just could not move forward. But Archie Ormrod doing a great job of defending that race lead then. As I mentioned, it was 1.8 seconds on the start of the previous lap then. But Liam Pearson is right there with him, as is Jackson Bennett. He's looking to gain up ground. Here's the number 79. There he is, just in the back of the shot. Round the right-hander and into this difficult left.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham, who's currently sat in 4th position, does currently have... or did just have the fastest lap of the race, but that's now just been taken off him by the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, who's currently in the lead.
.9 seconds is the advantage. In fact, it's 1.996. I think it's safe to say to call that 2 seconds between Archie and Liam, their leading duo. There they go, dropping down onto the lower level for jumping back up for the twisty section within the main paddock. Oh. There, yes. A quick right and a quick left then. Archie Ormrod, 1.9 seconds was the gap. It's now closed down significantly. Liam Pearson is right there with them.
Yeah, Archie not able to have been pulled away from Liam just yet. So Liam definitely keeping the pressure on as they enter that off-road section.
And we're getting to that point of the race as well, where time is starting to run out. We've got 3.5 laps remaining. Archie still leading Liam. It was 2 seconds, but their gap is definitely not 2 seconds. Liam, I suspect, going to try that inside line again. Oh, he took the front and he goes down. Archie has been let off the hook there, but Liam Pearson, a great shame He was looking threatening in second place, but unfortunately a slight took of the front and down he goes.
Really easily done there on the front brake, but he'll be jumping straight back up. But that promotes the number 79 of Jackson Bennett to second place. That's a great result for Jackson.
Through the gate they go and back up towards that difficult right-hander, as you mentioned there, off camber. And I'm just having a look outside of our commentary window here, Danielle, and is that spots of rain I'm starting to see? I hope it's just my eyes deceiving me, because these guys are providing great racing here, and they drop down onto the tarmac section once more. Archie Ormrod did have that 2-second advantage over Liam Pearson, but of course this time around we will get an updated gap between the leading two. It's 2.7 seconds, with Jackson Bennett, number 79, setting the fastest lap of the race of a 1 minute 55.235. That's a tenth of a second quicker than Archie on that lap, but with 2 laps to go then he needs to find a little bit more time in order to consider a move for the race lead.
Yep, so there is a few spots of rain at the minute. At the moment, I'd say it's definitely mental rain, but they're clearly not bothering Jackson Bennett putting in that fastest lap. We'll keep an eye on that. Them clouds are looking a little bit ominous, but there is some blue skies. So I'm wondering if Archie may have slowed down ever so slightly. Just watching them now into this off-road section. Oh, we had some feet off the peg action there from Archery over that metal jump. But Jackson all over the back of him there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The gap was 2.7 seconds. It's closed down hand over fist throughout the course of this lap. And of course we do just have 1.5 laps remaining then. So Jackson Bennett has put himself in prime position to potentially make a move for the race lead on Archie.
Just looking out of our commentary window, more people are trying to take cover under the trees, so I'm wondering if this rain's getting a little bit more than mental. Might be worth keeping an eye on this. It might get called at race distance.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I can say that these kids, I'm sure they've dealt with it before, and they're taking it into their stride. And the thing with the youngsters as well is that they don't even know the meaning of fear. They just full gas all the way. But it is Archie Ormrod still with the advantage over Jackson Bennett by 1.3 seconds this time, however. That last lap there from Jackson Bennett was 1.3 seconds quicker than race leader Archie Ormrod, and with just 1 lap to go, he's only going to get a handful of opportunities in order to make a move on Archie. Long-time race leader is Archie Ormrod by number 40. And you're absolutely right, just taking a quick peek out of the commentary window once more. That rain is really starting to come down now, isn't it, Danielle? Yeah,
you can see the tarmac there. It's definitely getting a bit of a sheen to it over in that paddock section. Archie taking a look over his shoulder to see where Jackson is. I think he'll be riding extremely defensive for this last lap.
Into the dirt section, then into this dirt section for the final time of the race for the Supermoto Academy. We'll keep our eye on our race leaders. It's Archie leading Jackson, but they're not yet interviewing. Here they are. Archie still leading Jackson, but Jackson, I suspect, will look for the inside line, as did Liam Pearson. Hopefully it doesn't form the same way as what it did for Liam Pearson, who incidentally is up into 4th place now. But it is Jackson Bennett with the advantage now. Jackson Bennett gets the power down and takes the race lead in the dying stages of this race. Archie Ormrod, long-time race leader, looks to the inside but isn't close enough to make a move this time around. Jackson Bennett now has to do the defending.
Great move from Jackson Bennett there on that KTM. He's now got to just keep it together for this last lap and this last bit of off-road section.
We can see him using the berm there, using all of the track through the gate and up towards its difficult right-hander. Keep it together. It's Jackson, a little bit sideways there on the entrance for Jackson there, but he's got it all under control. Archie Ormrod looking up the inside. He's looking this way, he's looking that way, getting the power down. That rear end is loose as a goose, as you would say. And it's Jackson Bennett across the line ahead of Archie Ormrod by the slimmest of margins, less than 0.3 of a second. Let's have a look at the gap. Oh, we've got a rider down there for 4th place. That's Liam Pearson again. The second crash during the race there for 4th place rider Liam Pearson. As number 125, Isabel Wingate, comes across the line in third place with the fastest lap of the race on that final lap, Danielle.
Yeah, she was a little bit off our radar there, but managing to get on the podium, so great ride for Isabel Wingate, nice and consistent staying on. Unfortunate for Liam Pearson, losing a few places on this last lap after that, losing the rear slightly, coming out of that off-road section, but he's now up and away. Oh, and again, the 34 of Charlie Cunningham, he looks like he's lost it on the way into that berm. We can see there the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So this is his first race in the academy. He's progressed up from Bambinos and has had a great ride. So there's Charlie going across the line, clearly frustrated with that little off.
Yep, there's Lily Rose just going through the little split screen picture there. Cole Reynolds having a good ride there in his first ride in the Supermoto Academy. Just watching them come it down now. Number 56, Lily Rhodes, will be the next rider across the line, closely followed by brother Max, and then Cole Reynolds to complete the race.
So some absolutely great racing from those academy riders in that race one. So I'm looking forward to 2 more races from them today. I think it'll also be worth mentioning that our B group riders will probably be watching that with bated breath. So even if they didn't have a rider involved, watching for tyre choice, it might have been interesting for them.
No, you're absolutely right. It will certainly throw a spanner in the works, but it's stressful for them, but really exciting for us.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the rain's eased completely yet. A few spectators with brollies now.
But what a great race that was from these little racers there in the first race of the Supermoto Academy. And that you really do have to feel for Liam Pearson there. He certainly had the pace throughout the course of the race, but 2 incidents saw him drop down to 6th place by the end of that race.
Yeah, a lot of riders said yesterday that it was a lot to do with staying on to get a good result. It was really easy to make mistakes that would lose you a lot of time. So you can see there it's getting a little bit cloudier.
Yep, just looking over the main town of Scarborough there, just to the right hand side out of picture you'll see the harbour. So much history here at Oliver's Mount. It's so great to have the Supermotos back here around this famous circuit.
I think it's also worth mentioning how much work's gone into getting this track sorted for this weekend. So there's been people here taking times out of their week to get these tracks built. So a huge thank you to them for their time and effort getting these dirt sections added into this iconic track. But we'll now get ready for race 1 of the B group riders. See there the number 188 of Seth Gibson, stood with his mum, along with the 475 of Luca Jennings. So he had a great race yesterday. He was one of the only novices to qualify straight into the A group.
Hats off then, hats off to that man.
Yep, so this race will be filled with quite a few novice and clubman riders, with maybe the odd elite sprinkled in there.
While the riders just making their way around the circuit then for lining up on the grid. And it will be the 475 on pole position ahead of the 125. So Seth Gibson there, Dean Wingate, Luca Jennings, 188, 125 and 475. Oh, there we go. There's a slight misunderstanding there, I believe, on the front row, as Seth Gibson and Luca Jennings swap places. So it is Seth Gibson on pole position. We're currently looking at the number 82 of James Wood on the Bathmate machine. That's a 698 bike up next.
So that's Jake Sayer on the Honda. He had a really good ride at Three Sisters. So our last round. There is the number 944 of Mark Stevens. So Mark is also currently leading a class in the British Twin Shock Championship. So that's motocross twin shocks. So not only is he racing his newer Husqvarna, he's also racing, I think it's a pre-1974 twin shock.
I can imagine that's a little bit different to ride than this modern machinery.
I've only ever had to go once.
How was it?
The suspension, even though it was a twin shock, was stiffer than my Supermoto bike. And I found plenty of neutrals.
I can imagine so. I'm going to say the older gearbox is a little bit agricultural, I think would be the bit diplomatic way to put it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the fair way to put it. But it was definitely a lot of fun as well.
That's the main thing. Well, we're just watching them now on their warm-up lap. Just going through the picture there, it's a number 30 machine. That's Jack Neal.
So just looking there as they head through on their warm-up lap, we've got the 151 of Blaine Pearson down in 12th, who is actually one of our elite riders, so not a great qualifying for him. It's like neither of the Pearsons are having the best of days. Also worth mentioning is the 125 of Dean Wingate, another one of our elite riders who will be starting off from second of this B race, though he'll be hoping to progress up to the A's to try and earn some more points in that elite championship.
So what was interesting there, I was just looking at the 188 of Seth Gibson when he was making his way towards pole position there. He had an upturned hand and was shaking his head there, so I'm not 100% sure if he's happy with the weather conditions. But I suppose it goes back to that old saying, it's the same for everybody out there, same conditions. It's just who can use them to their advantage. As we look at the number 22 machine, that's Ben Johnson. He is at the head of row 3. Thumbs up from Ben, he's ready and raring to go.
Yeah. So poking my head just out the window, I can see this rain's getting a little bit heavier. Quite a few of the riders have got a front wet on. So the number 82 of James Wood, he's got full wet. However, next to him, the 800 of Gordon Clark, he's on full slick. So a real mix of tyre choices in this one. So if it's been declared a wet race, which I'm assuming it has been, the race will not be stopped for the weather. It is down to the riders for their tyre choice. But they're off.
It's going to be very interesting seeing them all funnel in towards that first corner. Here they come then. We'll keep our eye around the wreck to cell, and it is the number 475 of Luca Jennings ahead of Dean Wingate. Not the best of starts then for number 188 Seth Gibson. He's lost at least 2 positions, but it is Luca Jennings on the 475 starting third into the race lead now as we go through the paddock section and watching them all filter through. Everybody through safe and sound, it would seem, at this stage. Looking further towards the back of the paddock, but there is Luca Jennings, and there we can see against the trees the rain hammering down here at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough. There's the 125 ahead of the 276. That's Dean Wingate. We've got hands going up in the air. Was that a spot?
Yep, I think that was Rich Jennings and James Wood possibly putting their hands up. The race has been red flagged. I think that'll be due to weather conditions. It looks like they didn't declare it a wet race, but it will now be. So the riders should now be given some time to go back and change those wheels.
Yeah, we can see a lot of spectators here on the bank, and they're just behind our camera position with the hoods up, the umbrellas, and seeking shelter underneath the trees.
Yep, I think the red flag was probably a good call, even if this is just only a heavy shower. I think it was probably the best call for this race.
Well, I think we're hearing now there, Danielle, that this could well be the lunch break there, with these guys given the opportunity to swap tyres during the lunch break, with the restart planned for after lunch has finished.
Yeah, all good. I might get a little difficult with the cover on with not having the seal on the handle now. Yeah, heads up.
Is it lunch break? Can we come and hide? I mean, all the masters are walking away, so I'm going to go with it.
I heard them call lunch here, yeah. Ugh. Fucking hell.
So with this cloud burst, it looks like we're going to take an early lunch break. So all the riders will have plenty of time to go back and make tyre choices. But for now, we will be back for the B Race 1.
Okay then, so here we are, round 5 of the Tripz British Supermoto Championship here at Three Sisters. I'm with Richard Blakeman. Richard, currently 4th in the points. What's your kind of half-term report on how your year's gone so far?
Probably really good to worse, I think. I was leading after the second round. Had a massive crash at Crail, and with Dean Illia, and this, well, I just went worse, I think, over at Crail.
So obviously we know that you always had the speed, and we saw some fantastic passes in some of the earlier rounds. But like you say, that injury's just really took you off the ball a little bit. You're struggling.
Yeah, we went at the beginning of the year. We went out to Spain practicing. We went out for 2 weeks. I got my speed and my confidence up from last year, as I missed half of last year through seeing my little lad and stuff. So I'm sort of back up to the pace with all the Jamie and Chris and everything else. So yeah, I feel like I'm there. But then when we crashing, it's just put me back a little bit.
So obviously, I mean, I was fortunate enough. My first ever Supermoto commentary was up at Crail, and that was your first victory in a British Championship race.
Yeah, I was 09, I think that were.
Yeah, I ended up doing the job because somebody didn't turn up.
Right.
I got my first comms job, and you got your first win.
Yeah, that was a fantastic weekend. That one. That was. I beat Matt Winstanley and Christian, so none of them could catch me, and it was absolutely brilliant. So
I was really honoured to have called that, and obviously this weekend is the John Blakeman Memorial meeting. Obviously in honour of your dad. He was a big figure around the paddock, and obviously, you know, sorely missed by all of us. But obviously it'll be a special weekend for you this weekend as well.
yeah, my dad's been gone 7 years this year. I say this. He knew everybody around the paddock. Everyone was life for life with him, and anything he needed, somebody'd always be here, and he'd lend it to him or whatever like that. So yeah, he was a big part of the family of the Supermoto world, really.
Well, obviously you're a credit to him, Richard. You always ride and do everything in the right spirit, exactly as your dad did. And obviously I know your mum's still very much involved with coming to the races with you. Is she here this weekend?
She was here yesterday. Well, she's here today.
Yeah.
And she sent all the trophies in. I've not seen them yet, but they look. I think whichever she's done, I think they're quite good.
Okay, so hopefully then your round 5 then will be pretty good, and hopefully you'll get to receive one of them. But if not, you're always good to watch, Rich. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Chris Hodgson, multi-time British champion. What's your half-term report on yourself so far coming into round 5?
I think I've just been fairly consistent, to be honest, Phil. We had a bad one at Teesside where I had a couple of crashes and stuff like that, but then we went to a track where, you know, I don't normally perform, like Crail, and came away with a win. So definitely up there in the fight for the title still, and yeah, we'll just keep on pushing on.
So obviously the Crail round, we'll say unprecedented, but a 3-way tie at the front, and your last race victory sealing the overall. Like I say, it's not a place that's always been kind to you.
No, we've always ended up with mechanical failure or a puncture, you know, just something out of our control, really. And yeah, to come away with the win in Crail was absolutely brilliant for us.
And obviously currently lying second in the championship behind Jamie Duncan, but obviously JD, rightly so, was playing his joker at his home circuit. 34 points is the gap at the front, but obviously you're looking backwards over your shoulder at the likes of Richard Sharp and Richard Blakeman and the rest of them, but you think you've got them covered off at the moment?
I mean, today started off brilliant for me. I've won the first race, and I've had Storm and Jay in between the rest of the bunch, which is, you know, it's a big gap for me now. So as long as I can keep on doing that today, it's going to be a big stepping stone towards the end of the year, the result at the end of the year.
So are we going to be seeing you out at Mete later in the year? Is that part of your plan, or is it just getting the British done and then you'll see what else there is?
We're all talking about it at the minute, so I think it's just a case of, you know, looking at our ferries and getting it sorted out. But Mete is always a fantastic event. Get a good following with the British riders, and yeah, it's just nice to have a race abroad and something different.
And obviously Automotive Solutions, then your team, you've got Storm Stacey as a teammate who does you no favours at all, let's be fair.
Oh no, you know, Storm is an out-and-out racer, and Storm's out there to win. He's a great lad to ride with. You know, I can trust him, I can ride close with him, and I know he's not going to do anything stupid while he's behind me. So for me, he's a great lad, he's a talent on a bike, and it's nice to have him in the championship and boost the profile of our sport a bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this championship, you know, we both know that the top guys from this championship can go into Europe and run at the front of any of those series. But having Storm from a different background as part of the team as well, and obviously got Alex Mullaney, who's then the under-21 championship leader at the moment, under your wing as well. Are you giving him a lot of help, or is he getting to the point now where he's getting too fast?
Yeah, you know, it's still, you can still pass a lot of knowledge on even when you're a bit slower than people. But Alex is definitely coming on, he takes everything on board. So we just need to get him a bit more confident in the off-road and a bit faster, and it won't be long till he's challenging for the titles as well.
I'm here with Humber Garage Racing, Jay Smith, number 33 Honda rider. Jay, round 5 of the championship this weekend. Obviously you've had a mixed bag so far. What's your kind of half-term report on yourself? How do you think it's been going?
Half-term report. Well, obviously, we've got 2 championships running back-to-back, Saturday Championship and then the British Championship on Sunday. So, round 5, we've had a few unfortunate events on the Sundays, which pretty much rules us out with any chance of winning that championship. we got two bikes. We got the old model and we got the new model. So I'm going to use the Sunday to sort of develop the new one within the hope to get that up to speed for early part of next year.
So you've had some, like I say, you're always at the sharp end. I've always said this, that, you know, you've been close so many times and everybody who's won it has done it by having to pip you at the death. Taking it to the last round. Obviously, this year you've got a different focus then. The pressure's off a little bit.
A little bit. Saturday still, I'm pretty much there. So we're using the bike that I feel more comfortable on Saturday, because I know I can either win or definitely be in the top 3 on that bike. Sunday's a little bit more relaxed for me now. Like I say, developing the new bike. We have just put the new bike on Superpole. We just won that. So it's positive, more positive steps going forward.
I'm with current points leader Jamie Duncan. You had an absolute blinder up at Crowell, played your joker, and that's elevated you to the top of the points. What's your half-term report on yourself so far this year?
That's kind of a bit so-so, to be fair. I had a good first round and a good round at Crowell, but the T-side was just a bit of a disaster with bike problems. It's not been my best year at all.
I mean, obviously we've seen you win this British Championship before. And I mean, you're always there or thereabouts. Obviously, I wasn't at Crowell, but watched the live coverage, and you were there, and obviously took a race win, made passes on a track that was pretty difficult to pass on. I know it's your home circuit, but you were always going to play your joker up there.
Oh yeah, that was going to be the one. That's a no-brainer for me. I know it like the back of my hand. Even though they come up and change the track, I still know every corner.
Well, obviously, that's the kind of thing you've got to do. And to be fair, there's guys down here racing at Three Sisters, come here and test all the time. And I know that's not easy for you to do, coming from your part of the country. But yeah, we've seen you have some great results. The speed's always there, but you just seem to be a little bit hit and miss with the bike problems, or is it just getting your head around it?
There has been a few bike problems this year. I've had a bit of bad luck as well. Like going in the first corner, I get shoved out on the grass and stuff like that. Just seems to be not a very lucky year for me. But hey, we can turn round. Still got, what, three rounds to go. So it's all to play for.
Racing season builds to a climax as the Steve Henshaw Gold Cup takes place at Oliver's Mount on the 23rd and 24th of September. We've a beer tent with live music on Friday and Saturday and a rider chat show on the Saturday. Bring your tents and motorhomes and stay for the entire weekend. Book your Steve Henshaw Gold Cup tickets now at oliversmount.com or pay at the gate. Use postcode YO11 2UF. Oliver's Mount, England's only real road racing circuit.
I am on live.
Can you check the fuel on in the Jenny, please?
So welcome back to round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship, sponsored by Tripz, here at now a very, very wet Oliver's Mount in Scarborough. So we've got our B group currently out on their warm-up lap. Due to the changing weather conditions, one of the off-road sections has been taken out of the circuit for the remainder of the afternoon so far. All future races for this afternoon will be declared a wet race. So, Group B brought to us by Technative, who are also bringing us this great live stream. And yeah, we're good to go. I think we're just going to now get them all on the grid as they come round. You can see it's a lot wetter than it was at the end of that C race. Academy race, wasn't it? Yeah.
So the wet conditions really do add another dimension to what is already a pretty technical section of the circuit here, especially threading the eye of the needle from the left to the right, then back over to the left before that hard braking zone. It was hard enough in the dry. It's going to be a whole different ball game in the wet. Of course, with it being declared a wet race, I think it's easy to suspect that all of these guys will be out there on full wets, and if not, then it would be a very interesting choice, to say the least.
Yep, I'm pretty confident in saying that even the bravest has probably put wets in right now. You can see all the puddles that were formed on that off-road section there. They have taken out the off-road, where we've already seen quite a few people have a few spills and tumbles this morning and yesterday. That one on the hillside, so that one's been removed. I think it was just going to be a little bit too slippy. So, before we broke for lunch, it's the same start. We've got the number 188 of Seth Gibson on pole position, one of our under-21 riders, followed by the number 25 of Dean Wingate, Luca Jennings, another under-21 rider, and then Rich Jennings. I don't think they're related. Quite a few of our over 45 riders in this class. So again, we've got James Wood. He's had a great weekend so far on his Bathmate Husqvarna. But we're now getting ready under starters' orders.
There we go, so we are underway then with the Group B race, and here they come then heading towards the wreck cell, and it's going to be the number 475. Once again, Luca Jennings. He took the whole shot earlier on before the red flag due to the weather conditions. He takes the whole shot once again in this rerun then for the British Championship B race, their first race of the day. Luca Jennings at number 475 is your man leading the way. Of course, everybody just tiptoeing around this, the early part of this lap, just getting themselves used to the conditions there here at Oliver's Mount. But it is Luca Jennings who took the advantage from his grid position there. Started third on the grid, so he did have the inside line, and look at that, he's already looking to pull the advantage over the second and third place as they make their way through this difficult technical section, as the rain begins to come down a little bit heavier than it was just a moment ago. There's the 154 just coming through then.
Looked like we had Blaine Pearson there with no goggles on. From that first lap, it's to me looking like Seth Gibson has fallen back to third, or as he has a little bit of a wobble there on the inside of that berm. This rain seemingly getting heavier. But as you can see, as they come off the off-road there, I can imagine that's going to start dragging onto the off-road. Not sure there why Luca hesitated. Put his hand up a little bit there. But they're now going fast down this straight, missing out that other off-road. Dean Wingate making the most of that. Mistake, I'd say, from Luca Jennings there.
Well, you can really see how much the rain is coming down there. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for the 125 machine, or Dean Wingate was out of Seth Gibson, who's looking to make up some ground as well. But you can say the rain really starting to hammer down here at Oliver's Mount. We can see it bouncing off the tarmac as they make their way in towards the paddock section. But so far, everybody's making their way through safely. Here is our race leader then. It's the number 125 of Dean Wingate, followed closely by Luca Jennings. A bit of a gap back to Seth Gibson.
Yep, I think James Wood, with a lot of experience out there on that Husqvarna, I think he'll do really, really well in the wet. These conditions are really tricky, especially with these off-road sections, because it'll be dragging all that mud onto the tarmac, which means you're not just struggling with that off-road in the off-road sections, but it is getting dragged around. So it's definitely something for them to consider and keep in mind. I think that may have contributed to why we've only got one dirt section now.
You're absolutely right there. So here it is. This is where the track has changed from this morning to this afternoon then. Of course, previously they would go up onto the dirt section, but this time around it's straight from Farm Bends and in towards Mere Hairpin. That was a slight mistake there from Dean Wingate on the brakes in towards that first corner. He did a 1 minute 19.5 on that lap. And you can say the rain really starting to hammer down now as we struggle to see them as they go further away from our camera position. The gap between Dean Wingate and Luca Jennings, it's right there on screen, and it is 1 1/4 seconds.
Yep, it looks like Luca Jennings is keeping all the pressure on Dean Wingate. Seth Gibson may be dropping off ever so slightly and coming into the sort of realms of Rich Jennings, trying to put a move on him. So he'll be starting to potentially ride a little bit more defensively. It looks like the number 51 of Jason Slater, the Tripz UK rider, has gotten past the 82 of James Wood. So great to see Jason back after his off. He's got a bit of a dodgy shoulder.
Well, good to see it back there. Currently inside the top 5 ahead of James Wood, Gordon Clark, Craig Forshaw, Paul Reynolds and Jamie Wrigglesworth inside the top 10 at the completion of the previous lap. But here comes number 125, Dean Wingate, across the line. And they're heading into this first corner at some rate of knots. It's Dean Wingate with the advantage. 1.8 seconds is the gap between himself and Luca Jennings. So it's opened up by around about half a second between himself and Jennings.
I think knots might be the key speed for this weather. I think they may be opting for jet skis following this race if this rain carries on.
No, you're absolutely right. I went out into the paddock during the lunch break and I had to come back. I forgot my armbands. There's a race leader then, Dean Wingate, with that 1.8 second advantage over Luca Jennings, looking to just prise it open a little bit more throughout the course of this lap. But of course, this duo have opened up the gap significantly over pole position man 188 Seth Gibson. In towards the only dirt section now, get a little bit sideways on the brakes there. Great control for Seth Gibson, I believe that was.
Yeah, Seth Gibson getting a little bit sideways there as he backs it into that off-road section. See here all the puddles in that off-road. A little bit of a bump there as they rejoin the tarmac, but that tarmac will still be incredibly slippy with the dirt being dragged onto it.
Well, we can see in the split screen there some battles further down the order as Dean Wingate navigates his way round the Rector scale and heads around that right-hander in towards the paddock section now. Luca Jennings there, he's closed the gap this time around. 1.8 was the gap, 1.1 seconds is now the gap, and in fact he's set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap of a 1 minute 16.615.
It's an absolute credit to all the guys out there racing in these conditions. It looks like we had Luke Hutchinson with his hand up there, potentially not feeling comfortable riding in this weather. I'm not sure if the race will be called. It was declared a wet race, as are the others into this afternoon. Again, Seth Gibson sliding on his way into that off-road section. Luca Jennings taking that inside line, trying to get the power down to possibly take that lead of this race. That shot there showing how the gap has opened up between the front two and then Seth Gibson in third position.
got some great battles further down the order as well. And it's Dean Wingate with a 0.6 of a second advantage now over Luca Jennings, so it is closing up with each and every passing lap. Seth Gibson with a 1.9 second lead over Rich Jennings. That's the battle for third and fourth as we try and keep our eye on the Dicing duo at the front of this race. Wingate from Jennings, navigating that tricky paddock section then for bursting back into view through the quick left, right, left section, and it is Wingate from Jennings. That gap was 0.6 of a second, but it does look as though Luca Jennings has the bit between his teeth and is looking to gain up as much ground on Dean Wingate to put himself in prime position to make a potential overtaking manoeuvre.
Also worth mentioning, Luca Jennings, one of our novice riders, this is his first full season in the British Supermoto Championship, trying to make passes on an elite rider. Looks like he may have just made a mistake there, stalled it in that berm, so he's now lost touch with Dean a little bit there. Looks like Seth's maybe catching him. So it looks like the visual on screen is showing 9 laps to go, but our timing is showing only 2. So with only 2 laps to go, it might be that mistake might prevent Luca being able to catch back up to Dean Wingate. However, if the results stay as they are, Dean Wingate and Luca Jennings would both progress to the A race 2.
No, I think you're right there, and one to keep an eye on as well is that with that mistake from Luca Jennings, the gap between himself and Seth Gibson, of course, pole position man at the good start of the race, the gap is 1.2 seconds between Jennings and Gibson. So Gibson will see that Jennings is a little bit closer than what he was previously, and that will give him more inspiration to get the hammer down and try and put himself inside those decisive top 2 positions.
Yep, it looks like they were just coming up on a back marker there. It looks like Luca has possibly made it back up to Dean Wingate. So as they're coming down onto the start-finish straight, you can see the last lap flag there being held by Kirk as Seth Gibson comes flying past. So Luca will know it's now or never if he's going to make the pass on Dean.
That was an incredible last lap from Luca Jennings there, who made a mistake on the previous lap there and backed that up with a 1 minute 15.183. That's 1.8 seconds quicker than Dean Wingate, your race leader. So Luca Jennings certainly has the pace to potentially topple Dean Wingate from the top of the pack.
Yeah, I'm sure Dean Wingate will now be riding incredibly defensively, covering all those inside lines. If Luca's going to try and make a move, he's going to have to try and find a way through, I'd guess, on this off-road section. And this is going to be his last opportunity is round that berm. So, but it's just whether he can get close enough. See there in the bottom of our screen, Dean Wingate taking that outside line. But he's come out of the off-road in front of Luca, so I think Dean may have just clinched this. And he has taken the checkered flag with a 0.579 gap back to Luca Jennings, who finished in second, followed by the number 188 of Seth Gibson.
No, great stuff there from Luca Jennings. It looked as though he lost the ground a little bit there in the dying stages of the race, but Luca Jennings, he found the pace and managed to get right back onto the rear wheel of Dean Wingate as the rest of the pack crossed the line. It's Rich Jennings in 4th place ahead of James Wood. James Wood, a relatively lonely ride there. He was 8 seconds behind Rich Jennings, but 7 ahead of Jason Slayton. It's Craig Forshaw and Paul Reynolds up next to round out the top 8 as we look at the 1-1-1 machine just inside the top 14. That's Duncan Wright, of course. Number 98 Jamie Wrigglesworth has been lapped, so his race is complete already, but it was Paul Reynolds in 8th, Jake Sayer in 9th ahead of the 117 of Dave Spafford to round out the top 10.
I'm just going to do a fuel check. I didn't get a chance because I was trying to sort my Zoom.
So we will now get ready for Supermoto Group A for their first race. I'll be honest, I'm surprised there was not as much carnage in that one. I thought with all the wet, it might have been a few more slip and slides here and there, but they all managed to keep it together there or thereabouts.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah, so everybody completing the race there, no DNFs, which is great to see. As we now wait for the A race to make their way out onto the circuit there. So if I'm right in saying that, it should be Hodgson, Sharp and Duncan as your front row.
Yep, so following Super Pole, I'm fairly sure that it was it Chris that had cinched Super Pole?
That is a very good question.
We'll see how they line up on the grid once they're here. There we can see the number 34 of Ian Bremner coming out on his Husqvarna. He's gotten really, really well with that Husky in the last few rounds. Had some great rides on that, especially at Rowera. Great meeting for Ian. So yep, our grid is showing that it should be Chris Hodgson on pole, but we'll see where everyone pulls up.
Well, we can see them lining up now then. In the middle of that front row, we've got the number 1 machine. That's Chris Hodgson. Number 7, Jamie Duncan, of course, championship leader coming into this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, lines up on pole position.
So, British Supermoto Group A is brought to us by Sheen's Project Design and Doors, so thank you to them for sponsoring this class. We can now get a shot of that grid. You can see how much dirt has already been dragged on. You can see it's been washed off that other dirt section. You can see how much mud there is in those puddles. But it looks like we've got the number 7, our championship leader, Jamie Duncan, on pole for race 1 of today.
But yeah, for these guys, this will be the first time that they've seen the circuit there in these kind of conditions, in these treacherous wet conditions. So just getting to grips with where the grip is, where they need to position the bike, braking markers, of course, all changes with the ever-changing conditions through those Jamie Duncan and Chris Hodgson. Through the bottom of your screen, there was Ian Bremner.
Ian Bremner also running those Continental tyres. So I'm not sure what their wets are like, but I'm sure we'll find out.
So there are different brands of tyres within the A race here then. Will that make a difference throughout the course of the race, do you think?
So certainly in the dry, there's a big divide between Michelin's and Metzeler's at the moment. Some riders who have raced with Michelin's for years now making the switch over to a Metzeler and finding good things, but not many riders are running those Continentals, so Ian Bremner really standing out on those.
Well, we can see there they've got 2 warm-up laps here. Oliver Mount, so 2 warm-up laps just to get to grips with the circuit then, as the rest of the pack filters through. There was the 666 machine of Darryl Pennington at the back end of that shot, but there is the number 7 machine of Jamie Duncan. Oh, was that hand in the air for Jamie Duncan there?
Yeah, it looks like he might be swapping goggles. Yeah, he's just grabbed a spare pair of goggles. So potentially switched from normal goggles to roll-offs there, I think. that still jump really kicking the back end of the bikes up. I know I nearly came a cropper a few times over it yesterday.
Here they are then making their way up to form up onto the grid for this British Championship A race number 1 of the day. Jamie Duncan lining up on pole position there, just engaging that whole shot device.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a great British summer.
Chris Hodgson in the middle of that front row. Completing that front row is number 54 machine of Richard Blakeman. There he is on the far right hand side of the screen. Well, number 79 we can just see on the right hand side there. That's Peter Bennett, just making sure he's slotted nicely at the head of row number 4.
You can see our 2 under-21 riders there, Jack Nation and Alex Mullaney, middle of the pack there on, I think it's 8th and 9th.
There's Oliver Holmes just joining at the back of the grid, is he? No, he's moving his way into his qualifying grid slot of 7th place at the head of row number 3. Alongside him is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney and Jack Nation, but we're already here for a race start. The revs rise and away we go then for the first A race of the day then. It looks like a good start there for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Jamie Duncan, championship leader coming into this weekend here at Oliver's Mount. We keep our eyes peeled as they make their way round the rector cell. It is Jamie Duncan from Chris Hodgson. There's the number 54 machine of Richard Blakeman. Jack Nation just moving up the inside there in the mid-pack. But everybody through safely, which is always good to report. But it was Jamie Duncan ahead of Chris Hodgson.
Yep, I can imagine this section with the 2 bankings going down and then back up again is going to become incredibly slippy with that grass. It looked like Oliver Holmes maybe having a bit of a wobble there as he came over.
Tell you what, even in these tricky conditions, they're carrying tremendous corner speed around this section there. Through it, there goes Jack Nation, bike number 55 through our picture. There's the number 34 machine of Ian Bremner. Looks like he may have lost a few positions here in the opening stages of this race. Of course, the rain is still coming down there. We just saw a glimpse of it on the screen, but it's Jamie Duncan holding the advantage over last year's champion, number 1, Chris Hodgson. And then Richard Blakeman, bike number 54, they're slotting into 3rd place nicely as they make their way around this smooth tarmac section out of Farm Bends and onto the front straight once more.
Yeah, Jamie Duncan choosing to take the inside line there, already riding defensive on this first lap, whereas Chris took the outside to try and carry a little bit more speed heading up the hill out of the off-road. Chris seemingly all over the back of Jamie now as they're heading into this bottom paddock section. You can see Jamie have a little bit of a twitch there as he landed, then back up onto this top banking. The top 3, absolutely nothing in it as they go through there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're locked head to tail there. A little bit of a squirm from the rear end of Richard Blakeman. Then that bike protesting as he flicks direction. And it loses him a little bit of time as they brake hard before making the way into the dirt section. Is that a bit of a Scandinavian flick for Richard Sharp there, bike number 217, scrubbing off the speed before entering this dirt section.
Yeah, Sharpie absolutely sideways as always. He's doing really well. He's keeping with these top 3. It looks like Richards may have just made the pass there on the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, taking that inside line and blocking Chris's outside line exit. So nice move there from Richard. He'll be now chasing down the number 7 of Jamie Duncan.
Across the line, the gap was 0.3 of a second, and it is Jamie Duncan, of course, with the fastest lap of the race at the end of that first flying lap. Richard Blakeman ahead of Chris Hodgson, as you mentioned. The gap now 1.3 seconds between leading 2. That's Duncan ahead of Blakeman by 1.365 seconds. The gap between Hodgson and Sharp there, as we can see on our screen, is half a second.
Yep, there's nothing in it between those 2. Watching now, you can see Jamie just coming around there on that tarmac section, flicking his way through. That Trevor Pope KTM making its way up towards this off-road section. We think these off-roads have really suited these 2 riders, both Richard and Jamie, who both had great rides yesterday, along with Chris, who also managed to do a win. But it was the number 7 of Jamie Duncan who took the overall yesterday on our national championship day, and he's also our current championship race leader after playing his joker at his home round of Crail. So hopefully with 7 laps remaining, he'll be able to keep it together and maybe try and break away from this pack slightly. So it is the number 1 of Chris Hodgson who's just done the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:10.49. So he's really chasing.
That was a little bit of a mistake there. I'm sorry to cut in front of you there, but Jamie Duncan, I believe, may have made a mistake there. He's down into 3rd place now. He did cross the line with a half a second advantage in the lead, but Jamie Duncan, championship leader, slots into 3rd place now. And that is Richard Blakeman out in front. I believe it is bike number 54. There he is ahead of Chris Hodgson, the fastest man on the circuit on that previous lap. Jamie Duncan has given himself some work to do here. Richard Sharp still there within touching distance as they go once more into the dirt section. But Jamie Duncan is the man on the charge.
Yeah, Richard Blakeman ridden really consistently all weekend so far. So you can see him there coming around that inside of that berm as he heads up and back onto the tarmac. And it looks like, oh, maybe Chris Hodgson's made a mistake.
I think you could be right there, I believe. I did think I saw a glimpse of a yellow flag there, but we've got the number 7, Jamie Duncan, coming across the line now. No sign of the number 1, Chris Hodgson, at this stage.
Yep, so he's now got a lot of pressure from the 217 Bathmate rider of Richard Sharp. But it's Richard Blakeman out in front doing a 1:10.8 on his Fast and Fast KTM. So it looks like Chris Hodgson has rejoined. He's slotted himself back into 5th behind the 108 of Dean Hillier, who again had a great qualifying this morning, making his way into Superpole.
Yeah, that previous lap from Chris Hodgson there, compared to the race leaders of 1 minute 11, 1 minute 12, Chris Hodgson doing a 1 minute 21, which is the slowest lap on that previous lap, so it certainly was a mistake for last year's champion Chris Hodgson. So he's given himself plenty of work to do. He's now 3.4 seconds behind Dean Hillier, but 10.6 seconds behind race leader number 54, Richard Blakeman. There he is in shot. That's Blakeman just making his way up over the top and back onto the front straight once more in our picture now. Jamie Duncan still defending that 2nd place position from 217 Richard Sharp as we just go past half race distance.
Yep, you can see a little bit further back there was Dean Hillier there coming through with that rain jacket on. I'm not sure how dry he's going to be under that. But again, off this banking, you can see that gap opening up a little bit between Jamie and Richard now as they head through towards this inner paddock area. Slightly different configuration to yesterday.
The gap was just over 2 seconds on the previous lap between Richard Blakeman and Jamie Duncan, but the last time around it was less than 1.5 seconds, so the pace seems to be with Jamie Duncan. Richard Blakeman becoming under pressure from the charging Jamie Duncan and Richard Sharp. There they are, 3-all picture now. In fact, Richard Sharp losing a few tenths during the dirt section on Jamie Duncan, but here they come across the line once more. 3 laps to go when they cross the line here. Blakeman, it was 1.6. The gap between himself and Jamie Duncan is now 0.7 of a second, so it's been halved on that lap.
Yeah, all 4 of these extremely experienced ex-motocross riders. So Jamie, Richard, Sharpie and Hodgson all have won motocross championships in the past. A lot of them still ride motocross currently as a bit of fitness and practice. So these off-road sections in tricky conditions shouldn't be too challenging for them. They are experienced riders, and it does look like the rain is easing now. But they've still got those wet conditions to contend with.
There is Richard Blakeman, the race leader. Jamie Duncan's right on his rear wheel now, and that was Richard Sharp, number 217, looking to carry the corner speed on the berm as we head back in towards Farm Bends, the final circuit on this Oliver's Mount track. Onto the front straight once more. The laps are ticking away now. First, second, third, all across the line there as quick as you'd like. Blakeman, Duncan and Sharp. Here they come towards the Reckless L then, and it is still Blakeman from Duncan. So 1 minute 9.769 from Sharp on that lap. So Sharpie is the man with the pace, but Jamie Duncan there is potentially getting a little bit held up. So if Sharp wants to have a go at winning this race there, he does need to get quickly past Jamie Duncan.
Just looking at Jamie's KTM, there was what looked like a little bit of steam coming off the front of that bike, so might be worth just keeping an eye on it. Might just be the water splashing up, but it was odd that it was only one bike I could see with steam on it, just as they came into that corner before the paddock section. You can see Chris Hodgson there now all over the back of Dean Hillier, but he hasn't made a pass just yet.
There were Richard Sharp, then the fastest man on the circuit on that previous lap, then a 1 minute 09.769. He's all over the back of Jamie Duncan, almost riding pillion with him as we go on to the final lap. One lap remains and they're side by side as they go in towards the first corner. Richard Sharp looking to put a pass on Jamie Duncan. Does he manage to make it this time around? No, he doesn't. Oh, I tell you, he's sideways all the way towards the apex there is Richard Sharp in these treacherous conditions. He's looking a little bit impatient on this final lap, is Richard Sharp.
Oh, it looks like Jamie clipped the back marker there of Kyle Eccleston, so he's gone down.
No, it's a great shame there for Jamie Duncan. He was looking good in second place, doing a great job of defending that second place from Richard Sharp, and that somewhat has let Richard Blakeman off the hook. Richard Sharp there, he is flashing through the picture now.
Yeah, Jamie really lucky to have only lost one position going down there on the last lap, so he now needs to keep an eye out on Dean Hillier, who's all over him, as well as last year's British champion Chris Hodgson. So he's really got to keep it together through this off-road section. See the Bathmate replay of Richard Blakeman there.
He's got some style, hasn't he? Well, across the line he goes, and Richard Blakeman take victory then in the first British Championship A race here at Oliver's Mount.
So we'll keep an eye. You could see the replay of that crash there on the replay, and it looks like Jamie did manage to secure third overall. So bit of a shame for Jamie there, getting caught up with the back marker, but again, could have been a lot worse, only losing one position to Richard Sharp, who was the fastest man on track. An uncharacteristic fifth place for the number one of Chris Hodgson as well. So that mistake in the off-road really costing him in that race. So that won't be great for overall points for this championship day today.
Well, further down the order then, we've got Alex Mullaney in 6th place, Chris Walker 155 in 7th, Jack Nation, Pete Bennett and Ian Bremner. Let's have a look at that replay then of Jamie Duncan. There, he's just clipped the back of the slower rider then, and down he went. You're absolutely right, he was very lucky to only lose one position in that incident there.
Yep, I think he needed to get back on the bike first rather than telling them off. Do that bit afterwards, maybe. So they will all head back to their gazebos, I'm assuming, with this weather, as we now get ready, well, for what would have been our lunch, but I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. So we're now back for round 6 at Oliver's Mount. We just had a bit of a break while the Bambino riders went out, and we also had a little bit of non-championship mini bike racing going on. So we're now getting ready for our C Group Race 2 to commence. So I think we've still got some Bambinos out on track. Oh, it looks like we've got our Academy riders now heading to the grid. So these were the riders where it started raining for the last few laps of their race, as a lot of them were out on either cut slicks or full slicks, so they did really, really well in the changing and challenging conditions. But the Supermoto Academy class brought to us by F&F Solutions Design and Build, the London-based family-run company. So I think there is Andy telling them they'll get 2 warm-up laps. So that'll be just get used to the different track layout now they're not using that hillside dirt section. On pole position, we have Jackson Bennett, who rode brilliantly in race 1 of this Academy group. Great ride from him, followed by the number 2 of Archie Ormrod. We had quite a few of our leaders fall in that race, didn't we, Bradley?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can say we had there was a number 150 machine. He's the 6th on the grid. That's Pearson. He went down, unfortunately, twice in the earlier race and managed to recover to a strong position by the end of the race when the checker flag went out. But he'll be looking to improve in this outing as we wait for a few more riders to make their way onto the grid. There's number 79 machine just filtering his way through the pack to take up pole position alongside the number 40 bike.
Again, on the front row, we've also got one of our female competitors. We've got Isabel Wingate there, who finished in 3rd position after another faller at the end of that first race in our Academy group. Looks like both Lily and Max Rhodes may have been struggling with this course so far this weekend. Both of them a little bit further back than we'd expect. That rain's still coming down. You can see these little riders not doing that banking section either. So I think that's been changed for them. Just with those smaller wheels, a little bit too challenging for them, especially with this weather.
What we'll be able to see towards the back end of the grid there, the number 10 machine of Cole Reynolds, I think I'll be right in saying is the only 65cc bike out there in a field of 85s, and is it the odd 1 or 2 125 as well there?
So there's no 125s in this class. I'm not 100% sure what Jackson Bennett's on now. I wasn't sure if he was on a 65, may have moved up to an 85, but Cole Reynolds, again, he is on a 65, and it is his... Well, this will now be his 2nd Academy race, so this is his first meeting from moving up from the Bambinos, who we've just had out training over lunch.
Well, here they come then to start their 2nd warm-up lap. Of course, just getting used to the conditions here at Oliver's Mount. It is still raining relatively heavy here. We can kind of see it there on the screen against the backdrop there. The hillsides here in Scarborough, but, especially around this area as well, underneath the trees. If it were to brighten up and stop raining, this is where the moisture would linger around. We've seen it so many times over the years here at Oliver's Mount that the moisture just does not seem to move from under the trees. But in these kind of conditions where it's still raining, it of course will make it, I suppose, a little bit easier. One way of describing it, in terms that the conditions won't vary from each corner, or depending on which part of the track you are on. It'll be pretty much the same all the way around. But these young guys just getting used to the track surface there and getting some heat into the tyres and the brakes before we get this race underway.
Yeah, I think another thing to mention, that with it still raining, it also helps with those tyre choices. Sometimes when it's a little bit in between and in the middle, it can be incredibly difficult to pick whether you want to go for a slick or a wet, or maybe a wet front. So with this rain, it's made that decision for them. Looks like Cole there having a few little issues. Marshall helping him just get back underway so he can make the start of this race.
Well, there we can see Archie Ornrob. He led the race for the majority of the duration, in fact, earlier on today, but Jackson Bennett certainly applied the pressure and managed to get ahead by the end of the race. But it's Jackson Bennett on that front row ahead of Archie, bike number 40. We can see just looking to get some heat into those tyres. Completing the front row will be the number 125 machine of Isabel Wingate.
It's like Jackson Bennett there just trying to get that KTM of his started as well.
So at the moment then, while we have a look at Jackson Bennett and Cole Reynolds looking to get their machines started, and we see they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, around 7 riders on the grid at the moment. The second row is complete. It's a number 34, Charlie Cunningham there, which seems to be on the second row there, along with Archie Reynolds and 150 Liam Pearson. Also, Liam Pearson looking to have a bit of a better time of things here in this second race for the Supermoto Academy. He took had 2 crashes earlier on today. Luckily, nothing serious. There's a bit of dirt on the leathers there for young Liam Pearson. But here comes the number 58 of Max Rhodes on the way to the grid, just outside of the shot. And I believe that could well be the number 79, Jackson Bennett, making his way to the grid now. So we'll see him take up pole position in just a second. There he is, lining up alongside Archie Ormrod and Isabel Wingate. Still waiting for a couple of riders to make their way onto the grid then. Hopefully that number 10 Cole Reynolds has got his machine started and will take up his respective grid slot before we get this race underway. In fact, there he is, right on cue. Cole Reynolds, number 10, heading towards the 10th place position for bike number 10. Well, it looks as though we're all ready for a race start here. Certainly these youngsters are revving and ready, raring to go. Pole position for Jackson Bennett. There is your second row there, headed up by number 34. That's Charlie Cunningham. Just behind them is Lily and Max Rhodes. That final row then complete by Cole Reynolds and Jordan Thomas on bike number 18. So all eyes to the flag then for these young guys. And away we go then. That was a good launch from second place grid slot holder Archie Ormrod. He looks as though he's going to aim for the whole shot as we go towards the first corner for the first time of asking. It's the number 40 who seems to have the advantage. It was a good start there for Jackson Bennett. He's locked into second place as well, ahead of the 125 of Isabel Wingate. But Isabel swiftly moves up into second place. That's one position gained for Isabel Wingate. But look at her Archie. He's well and truly away with this in the opening stages of this first lap.
Yep, great start there for Archie and Isabel. Making their way now through this tarmac section. These two-stroke bikes, incredibly tricky in the wet. We're just so aggressive on throttle. So these little riders will be facing all those challenges as they head now towards the off-road section.
Get through goes number 58, Max Rhodes there. Oh, looks like we've got a bit of a yellow flag there. Right it down being tended to by the marshals, but they're already up and on their feet and back on the bike, which is great to see. There's Archie.
Like one of the RWJ riders, so possibly Lily Rhodes. I'm not 100% sure because it looks like there is Isabel. Oh no, maybe not. It may have been Isabel Wingate that went down there, unfortunately.
That's a great shame. So he was up there into second place in the early stages of that. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for, I believe that could have been Archie Reynolds potentially on the exit of that dirt section. But here they come across the line for the first time. Green flag being shown to complete the first lap. It's Archie Ormrod ahead of Jackson Bennett. It's almost side by side between the number 150 of Liam Pearson and 34 Charlie Cunningham. They're vying for third position as they head in towards the first corner there, past the Rector cell, and it is Liam Pearson up from fourth place into third now, but coming under some severe pressure from Charlie Cunningham, who moves up into third place there. A quick glance back and says thank you very much.
Yeah, some really close racing there. If I remember rightly, Charlie Cunningham may also be on a 65. I don't think he's moved up to the 85 just yet. So he's still slightly underpowered down that straight, but he did manage to keep his elbows out on the braking. But it looks like Liam Pearson's managed to get in front there as they head towards this dirt section. That grass there as they enter the off-road will be incredibly slippy now with this rain. So all them riders taking it nice and steady as they head down. It looks like we've got another rider down there. That was potentially Jordan Thomas. Just losing it there on that wet grass. You can see them there tiptoeing through that off-road section. Archie Ormrod then heading up the hill and back onto the tarmac. Followed by the 79 of Jackson Bennett. And then that looks like Liam Pearson in third place.
Well, 1.1 seconds is the gap as they crossed the line the previous time around between Archie Ormrod and the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. This time it's 1.4 seconds, but the gap was less than a tenth of a second in that battle for third place between Pearson and Cunningham. And in fact, on that previous lap, it was the number 150 Red Machine. That's the gas of Liam Pearson, setting the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 26.887. That's half a second quicker than Jackson Bennett, the man in front of him. So Liam Pearson then has got the bit between his teeth and is looking to claw that gap. And look at him, he's already on the rear wheel of Jackson Bennett, is Liam Pearson.
Yeah, Liam will be putting on all the pressure on Jackson now, but it was Liam that did make a few mistakes in this previous race that meant Jackson managed to take the win. So, oh, it looks like Jackson there just took the front. Oh, both of them have gone down. So they've just slipped on that wet grass. Charlie Cunningham there looking for a way through. So that wet grass proving treacherous, especially on these smaller wheels.
Well, there's race leader Archie Ormrod. He is taking it easy around that right-hander there on the dirt section, and who can blame him? These treacherous conditions are certainly picking off the riders with each and every passing lap, but not so for Archie Ormrod. He's showing great strength at the front of this race. The gap was 1.4 seconds between himself and Jackson Bennett, but of course Jackson Bennett unfortunately took in the front on the entrance in towards that dirt section, so the gap will be quite significant over second place rider, which I believe could well be Charlie Cunningham, who's crossing the line now. So Charlie Cunningham across the line now, bike number 34, as Archie Ormrod, your race leader, is already into the paddock section. 12 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, I think Archie's off-road experience will be proving dividends today in these tricky conditions. So that bike control, stopping the that 85 two-stroke spinning up too much and being able to control that, I'm sure is helping him with this race win, heading towards that.
That's number 58 machine just coming through there. But Archie Ormrod with that 12.8 second advantage. That's all it takes in these conditions, isn't it? A slight mistake from someone chasing as we get a yellow flag go out once again.
I think that was Lily Rhodes there going down on that wet grass. But here's Archie Ormrod taking that inside line, tiptoeing around the inside of that dirt, heading up the hill. So he will now be getting the last lap flag, I would assume, as he heads back out onto the start-finish straight.
I think we're just heading on to the penultimate lap this time around, but Archie Ormrod, well, 12.8 seconds was the gap between himself and Charlie Cunningham, but that I'm sure would have opened up a little bit more on that previous lap. 1 minute 25.8 is the fastest lap of the race for Archie, and a 1 minute 27.4 on that previous lap for the man in your picture there, the young man Archie Ormrod, your race leader. Still waiting for Charlie Cunningham to cross the line. In fact, there he goes. 15.9 seconds is the gap between Ormrod and Cunningham. But the battle to watch on circuit really is for second place. It's Charlie Cunningham, who is just over half a second ahead of number 5 Archie Reynolds, with Liam Pearson a further 3.2 seconds back. So that could well be a three-way scrap in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, but no one's able to sort of bring the fight to Archie Ormrod, who's now... His best lap is almost 5 seconds quicker than the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham. So, Charlie sitting in that second position. Nice, consistent ride from him in these tricky conditions. But you can see the gap has opened up quite considerably now to about almost 16 seconds. So there, Archie there, making his way off that off-road section, taking a little bit of a wider line potentially to try and not run on all that dirty tarmac from the dirt being dragged off the off-road section there. So there is that last lap flag. I was mistaken previously, so Kirk's now got the last lap flag out, so Archie knows he's just got to bring this one home.
What? Liam Pearson has moved up to what is showing as third place. Second place, sorry, in fact, for Liam Pearson, and he does the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. It's 1 minute 23.832. That's 2 seconds quicker than the previous fastest lap set by Archie Ormrod just a few laps ago. So Liam Pearson is he's got used to the wet conditions here, and he's certainly showing his pace.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It looked like maybe potentially Charlie Cunningham's made a mistake somewhere. He's dropped back down to 5th now. So we'll keep an eye on that as they enter this off-road section. So that looks like the 125 of Isabel Wingate going through that paddock section. Yep, there was the 150 of Liam Pearson entering the off-road after Archie Ormrod. Quite a considerable gap, but it is Liam Pearson currently in second position.
Here comes Archie around the final section of this Oliver's Mount circuit then. Bike number 40 is what showed his strength throughout the course of the race there and takes the checkered flag. Archie Ormrod by over 10 seconds ahead of Liam Pearson, who we are awaiting the arrival of. In fact, here he comes now across the line, Liam Pearson. In fact, the gap was 7.797 seconds by the end of the race there, but Archie Ormrod showing his dominance throughout the course of that 6-lap race, ahead of Liam Pearson by 7.8 seconds. Archie Reynolds, bike number 5, is up next. And then the 79 of Jackson Bennett, who is right there with the leaders until that unfortunate tumble entering the dirt section. But that is the top 4 across the line then, just waiting for number 34, Charlie Cunningham, to round out the top 5.
I'm not 100% sure why we're not seeing either of the road siblings on our timing at the moment. They seem to be missing. So that's potentially Lily Rhodes coming across the line there, but I'm not sure if that was potentially a lap down. But we'll have to double check the results after that one, because it looks like we're missing a couple.
Absolutely. Certainly the road siblings there, number 56 and 58, were out there. We just saw them cross the line on our screen a moment ago. But on the timing screen then, it is showing Ormrod from Pearson, from Reynolds as your top 3, with Bennett and Cunningham inside the top 5, Thomas, Wingate and Reynolds up next. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll have to keep an eye on the result sheet when they come through. Through comes the number 10 then of Cole Reynolds on that number 65 machine. He's just getting in track time there. Good to see the checkered flag twice from 2 races there for Cole Reynolds. Getting used, of course, to the Supermoto Academy after his promotion from the Bambinos.
So we will now get ready to go into race 2 of our Supermoto C group. So you can see a few of them being held there from the top paddock on your screen. Definitely still wet.
You're absolutely right, yep. Yeah, I can say the rain's still coming down there. The umbrellas and ponchos, order of the day. And I can say that gent there has got some great fashion sense. Thumbs up. We love it. But everybody here at Oliver's Mount having a great time here watching the Supermoto action. We've not had Supermotos here for around about 20 years or so. So it's great to have them back here and everybody having a good time.
Also worth pointing out, that gentleman's hat looks like a Davy Todd supporter. So another Supermoto rider who's now racing the roads and BSB. But definitely cut his teeth racing Supermoto.
No, you're absolutely right. Of course, last year Davy Todd was a national Superstock champion as well in British Superbikes. So definitely goes to show that the skills you learn at Supermoto can really be translated into circuit racing on Fireblades, Kawasaki's, whatever it may be. But definitely applies.
So now our C Group riders will be getting ready to make their way out. On screen we've got Steve Smith there on his very fancy looking Husqvarna. So these guys getting ready to make their way to the grid. Looks like we've got a really full grid for this C Group race as well, with about 27 competitors supposedly riding in this race. So our Supermoto Group C race brought to us by Technative for the live stream that is currently being broadcasted. Worth mentioning to keep an eye on our socials, the British Supermoto Championship social media. So we've got British Supermoto on Instagram for daily updates and videos from the races, as well as our Facebook groups and our new website. So it looks like the rain might be easing slightly. Brightening up a little bit, but all these riders will certainly be on wet tyres for this race too.
No, you're absolutely right there. So the blue sky is coming in from the east, coming in from the sea, which is always good to see. So the blue sky is being shown there. As the number 14 machine gets some heat into the front discs. We can just see it. Oh, we've got a rider down there on the start-finish line there, of course, just tucking the front there. Obviously, I can appreciate you can't see that on the screen, but the rider is up and all okay. Nothing to worry about there.
I think that was the 79 of Kyle Bennett there, just tucking the front on the wet start-finish line there.
Just goes to show how important it is to get some heat in the tyres, I suppose.
And maybe try not doing a stoppie on the start. I think that'll just be more a bruised ego than anything else, that one.
I was thinking the same thing.
At least they didn't get in on camera. So there's the number 95 of John Oakes there, popping his launch control device on his Honda. So it says there that John Oakes is running Metzeler tyres. If I'm not mistaken, that did look like a Michelin front wet, so he might be using the Michelin slicks, Metzeler slicks and Michelin wets.
Do you know, I'm going to take your word for you on that. Well, everybody getting underway on their warm-up laps then.
So this C group, I think maybe a little bit of carnage, I would guess. I think there may be a few slips and falls in these tricky conditions, especially with all this dirt that's being dragged onto the track from our off-road section.
Well, there they are making their way through the paddock section. Then, of course, these guys in this race there, I don't believe have made their way out onto the circuit in these conditions, so they were just getting a taste for what's to come.
So there is the 99 of Andy Hayes. He should definitely know his way around this track.
You'd have thought so. Yeah, definitely. But Andy Hayes, of course, instrumental in getting Oliver's Mount back up and running.
Yeah, it's also a great big thank to him for letting us have Supermoto here, so allowing us to make some slight track modifications for our off-road sections.
Yeah, very picturesque circuit as well, though, especially there. You can see Scarborough in the background laid out before you in the valley. It's about as picturesque as it gets up north, I guess.
Oh, that hurt. I'll send you back where you came from.
They come in just to start their second warm-up lap. Andy Hayes has already been and gone. But well, I would say it's going to be Kyle Bennett, Mike Francis, Clint Davies, number 78, 46 and 421. That I believe will line up there on the front row. Number 99, Andy Hayes, 38, Dean Smith, and 67, Keith Topless. It should be there on the second row. Chris Hayes, Rick Owen, and John Oates, who we saw earlier on today there, completing the third row.
The 421 of Clint Davies, also a little bit of a regular here for the hill climb. So he was here just last weekend competing in a little bit of a shorter circuit, just heading up the hill. But he's quite a regular at the hill climbs on board his TM as well as his Aprilia SXV, which I think he brought out last week as well. So another rider familiar with the course, but this new track layout is brand new to everyone here this weekend, so I think that gives a bit of a level playing field as well. It's not someone's sort of home beating ground where they've turned up and have a bit of a home field advantage.
The only person out there who may have a home advantage, of course, is maybe number 99 of Andy Hayes, who could throw a spanner in the works for the regulars. But even so, the rain and these conditions really are that do put a level playing field on things as they make their way onto the grid. Then we're just looking at the dirt section.
Has Andy put new leathers on for this horrible weather?
No, I think he has. He's got some Sparta ones at the moment there. Of course, he was wearing the Old Faithful Croatries earlier on today.
And there is the number 78, of Kyle Bennett there, who had a little bit of a fall on our warm-up lap.
There is Andy Hayes that we're looking at there, number 99. Just behind him there, engaging that whole shot device is the number 95 machine. That's John Oakes.
Oh my god, I've got sunshine on my head.
Well, the rain has stopped, and look how things change here at Oliver's Mount. Within the space of 5-10 minutes, it's gone from relatively heavy downpour to blue skies and sunshine, which is always good to report. We like some nice weather here at Scarborough. There's the number 14 machine of Gavin Scaife. .614 Mark Adamson just behind him. And then you can see just to the right-hand side of the picture there, that's number 252 of Selby Trotter. Just a few more riders coming out of the dirt section to find their relative grid slot. Looks like the number from this distance there, that 37, 97, I do apologise. 97, Dax Almond.
Yep, so it looks like he's potentially one of the last riders to take up their grid position. Looks like we may have, I think that is the 108, who is actually May Chalice. So she's on board a teammate's bike at the minute, potentially gone down there in the dirt. See her hitting a handguard out of the window here. But as they get ready to get underway,
there we go, through the spray then in towards the first corner for the first time then. This should be an 8-lap duration for the British Championship C race. And everybody making the way through safely, tiptoeing around the first hairpin. And if I'm not mistaken there, Danielle, it could well have been number 99, Andy Hayes, up in the second place. I think he's just been relegated down to third place now. A bit of protesting from the bike there as he tries to get the power down up over the top towards the upper level before this very tight and twisty paddock section. But it's a good start there for the number 99 of Andy Hayes.
Yep, great start for Andy there. You can see him currently in third. It looks like we've got the 78 of Kyle Bennett, who's taken an early lead, followed by the 67 of Keith Topless, who again got a great start in this first race, but then ended up dropping off a little bit as the race went on.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Of course, he was right up there in the podium contention earlier on today, was Keith Topless. I believe he dropped down to around about 6th or 7th place earlier on today, as we're looking at our race leader making their way around the dirt section then. That's the number 78 of Kyle Bennett. Pole position and race lead for Kyle Bennett is looking good for him so far. That's the 67 of Keith Topless just ahead of Andy Hayes. That's first, second and third. Bennett, Hayes in third place and Topless in second as they come across the line for the first time then. And of course, these guys, this will be the first time they've been on this circuit without that second dirt section as well. So we're straight out of the first dirt section on towards Farm Bends, and then it's full throttle all the way towards that tight right-hand hairpin where we are now.
It looked like Sean Jones there stalling in the off-road section, so he'll have dropped back a few places off that first lap. So unfortunately for him, we can see that in the Bathmate replay. What we see there, Kyle Bennett and Keith Topless heading out of this tarmac section. You can see the steam coming off those bikes from all this rain. So as they head down onto that slippy grass, which caught out quite a few of our academy riders, we'll see if it is just as treacherous for the big bikes.
Everybody making it through safely this time around. There is the battle for the lead. It's Kyle Bennett, number 78, ahead of Keith Topless, bike number 67. The gap was 1.92 seconds between Bennett and Topless. There's Andy Hayes coming through now, ahead of 27 of Keith Jackson. Rick Owen, 351 in the picture. Rounding out the top 5. There he is in the split screen. But Kyle Bennett leading the way, but it is Topless with the fastest lap of the race there, 2/10 quicker than Kyle Bennett. He's closed the gap to 1.6 seconds between himself and Kyle Bennett. Andy Hayes losing a little bit of time on that lap. In fact, Bennett and Topless are lapping 7 seconds quicker than everybody else in the race. A tremendous pace being put up by Kyle Bennett and Keith Topless at the front of this race. Hayes is the best of outside the top duo, with Keith Jackson, Rick Owen, Dan Spencer, Michael Whittam, Gavin Scaife, Dax Almond and Mark Adamson completing the top 10. It's Sean Jones and May Chalice next up in 11th and 12th place. But it is Keith Topless, the man with the pace of 1 minute 21.029 on that previous lap, looking to close the gap between himself and race leader Kyle Bennett.
Keith Jackson being up in fourth on that CCM machine. He was actually the British Supermoto champion the year I was born, I think. I think it was 2000. He was the British Supermoto champion. So great to see him making a comeback. He was at the previous round 2, Three Sisters, so it's good to see he's come back and is enjoying it out in our C group. You can see there on screen Keith Topless getting the front wheel of that TM lifting as he heads down this straight. Heading out of the off-road there was the 351 of Rick Owen.
Second place guy.
Well, that was a 27 of Keith Jackson there, as you mentioned, then on the CCM in 4th place. There's number 351 Rick Owen. heading towards the first corner once more. 5 laps to go then. For the C race, Kyle Bennett ahead of Keith Topless by 3.4 seconds, in fact, on that lap. So Kyle Bennett did a 1 minute 20.611, Keith Topless a 1 minute 22.378. So Kyle Bennett, I don't know whether he's being told about the gap between himself and Keith Topless, but he's found around about half a second, 3/4 of a second of pace on that lap. So Kyle Bennett prizing open that advantage at the front of the race to 3.5 seconds almost over Keith Topless. Andy Hayes a further 16 seconds behind, but only 3.1 seconds ahead of Keith Jackson. Rick Owen at 2.7 seconds behind Keith Jackson, and then there's quite a bit of daylight between himself and Michael Whittam as we have a look at Keith Topless.
Yeah, Keith there just getting by the back marker of May Chalice. So she's on a different bike for today. She was riding the Husqvarna SMR. I think it's 2008 yesterday, but now she's on a little bit of a newer KTM today. One of her teammate bikes, Dean Hillier. So great to see her out there. Both her and Tarni had great races yesterday, but I can't quite see Tarni at the moment.
I'm just having a look there. Sorry, Danielle. That Keith Topless is being credited with the race lead at the moment there. Andy Hayes in second place. Kyle Bennett, and it seems to be dropping down the timing screen there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kyle's maybe made a mistake somewhere, or just keep an eye out, see if we can pick him up anywhere on the circuit.
Well, at this stage then, it seems to be number 67, Keith Topless, who is leading the way. There he goes through our picture in towards the dirt section.
Yep, I'm still just keeping an eye out for Kyle Bennett, so he's still dropping back off our timing. Potentially an issue in the off-road section, maybe?
Well, from our vantage point here in the commentary box at Oliver's Mount, we can't see any yellow flags to suggest that, but we'll keep an eye out for it, of course. Number 78, Kyle Bennett, long-time race leader, we'll keep an eye out for him. But there is number 67 of Keith Topless, out of the dirt section once again and in towards Farm Bends, and onto the front straight once more. Of course, when we cross the line this time around now, it will be onto the penultimate lap then for Keith Topless. So only around about 2.5, 3 minutes or so remaining in this race for the number 67 rider before he sees his first victory of the day.
Yep, great ride for Keith. Again, seems to have held together. I'm wondering if the pace was a little bit slower, it might have helped him if he's not ridden for so long. Not quite as critical after taking an off-road section out as well, so that may have helped just with him not riding for a little while. So, looking out of our commentary window, I still haven't seen the number 78 of Kyle Bennett make his way past us, so I'm wondering if his has been a retirement, if he's pulled off somewhere.
Well, it'd be a great shame if that's the case to have Kyle Bennett, of course, a long-time race leader, and of course he's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 20.611. The only rider to go sub 1 minute 21 throughout the course of this race. We're looking at the number 67 of Keith Topless, the race leader for the last 2 laps now, as he exits the dirt section. And when he crosses the line this time around, of course, it will be the final lap. And that is all that separates Keith Topless, number 67, from the checkered flag. He has an advantage of 21.5 seconds over Andy Hayes at the end of that previous lap. Andy Hayes, bike number 99, was 3.7 seconds ahead of 27 Keith Jackson. Keith Jackson there with a bit between his teeth, looking to close that gap between himself and Andy. But with only 1 lap left, it could be a bit of a tall order there for Keith as Andy Hayes exits the Farm Bends now. But we are looking at Keith Topless there, looking a little bit of a twitch there from the rear end as he gets the power down. But he's got 20 seconds of clear track behind him, so no pressure whatsoever for Keith Topless.
Now, these drying conditions won't only be posing problems for our riders on track at the moment, so as they're changing from under the trees to coming out, the glare on the tarmac, I'm sure that'll be giving a little bit of bother to the riders, even with sort of tinted goggles. But I'm sure our next race, those group of riders will be keeping an eye out on if any dry lines are forming, because I think tyre choice this next race could be really, really important. So up next is our solos Group A, so it's worth keeping an eye out on if there's any dry lines forming or if it's going to be a full wet race.
Yeah, that's not a bad call there, and those guys will be looking, and I suspect a few of them may be a bit late to the grid, trying to keep an eye on the track conditions for as long as possible. But Keith Topless then, front wheel pouring at the air as he crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Keith Topless then, a bit of a poor race earlier on today by his standards, but managed to redeem himself in this race. Just waiting for that battle for second place, Andy Hayes and Keith Jackson. As they cross the line now, here comes Andy Hayes there. Big wheelie across the line for the number 99 of Andy Hayes. Second place, a great result for him. And if I'm right in saying that would promote him to the B race, is that correct? Yep.
Yep, so our top two from the C race will progress to the Bs. So we will have Keith Topless and Andy Hayes joining the back of B race 3. So I'm still a little bit confused as to what happened to Kyle Bennett in that one. Real shame, he was leading it. Just seen him come across the line there on the back wheel, but I'm not quite sure where he got to.
Got number 77, Michael Whittam, across the line then. And what was a whole group of riders coming across the line. In fact, we've got Gavin Scaife, number 14, inside the top 5 behind 351 of Rick Owen. Sixth place is 164 Sean Jones, who was 27 seconds behind Gavin Scaife by the end of that race. Dax Almond a further 2 seconds behind Sean Jones in 7th. As we watch the 236 of Dan Spencer cross the line in 8th place. Kyle Bennett being credited with 9th place ahead of Michael Whittam, Mark Adamson and May Chalice. There's a bit of a mystery as to what happened to number 78 Kyle Bennett there. Of course, he was in the lead of the race and then just seemingly went on the AWOL list and reappeared right at the very end of the race.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one that. We'll see if we can find out between the next C race. But now we should be going on to our B race.
Thriller, wasn't it?
So we can see now our B group riders making their way out for their warm-up lap. Well, it's definitely brightening up, and I'm not sure if it is getting a few drier patches at the edges of the track, or is that just my imagination?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I think you can say the track isn't necessarily dry. There's just no standing water, but the track will be damp. But let's have a look at what kind of tyres these guys are going for, just to see if there is any unexpected changes. Well, I'm just looking at the number 58 bike of Craig Forshaw. He's gone full wets, as has the number 82 machine of James Wood. He's on full wets as well. In fact, everybody seems to be on full wets for this one.
Yep, I think as this one progresses, so long as there's no more showers, I think there may be a dry line forming by the end of it. That depends on how sort of quick it dries, and with that sun and a little bit of breeze, I think it'll be a perfect combination for a drying track. Can see there the 698 of Jake Sayer on aboard his CRF Honda, alongside the 117 of Dave Spafford. And there is the 68 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, member of the Bathmate team.
He's okay.
Look like our camera woman getting a little bit of a wobble there.
Yep, just to go show how treacherous the conditions are out there. I can say it's a slight gradient, and down she went, but all good stuff. There's Seth Gibson, number 188, who's out there as well. Of course, he was having a good ride earlier on today, but Dean Wingate and Luca Jennings definitely one to watch, as is the number 774 of Rodney Reed.
Yep, both him and the number 17 of Gareth Baxter have made their way up to B Race 2 from the C Group Race 1. So they'll be starting at the back of the grid for this one, but it'll be good to see how they progress through. Last time they rode this track was completely dry, so very different conditions to what they were experiencing this morning.
Did someone get that on camera?
There we go, just the warm-up lap complete then. As the number 188 machine of Seth Gibson gets that whole shot device engaged on the run-up towards his grid slot.
So there is the RWJ rider of Rich Jennings there, currently sitting in 4th position on the grid. And there is Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. So it's Automotive Solutions that have sponsored this British Supermoto Championship B race live stream. So thank you to Paul. There is the 800 of Gordon Clark, one of the Scottish riders that have made their way down this weekend to come and race at the iconic Oliver's Mount track here in Scarborough. So the 154 of Brett Haley is also our Supervet rider, so one of the oldest riders on our grid there, and he's currently sitting in 12th in the Bs.
Fair play, it's not bad going, is it, for Brett there? We'll just look at number 98 there of Jamie Wrigglesworth. Just having a look further down the order there, I'm sorry to interrupt. Rodney Reed doesn't seem to be out there on the grid, but it's all eyes to the lights to get this race underway, and off they go. There's a good start there towards the front of the field there. Looks like a bit of air between the front wheel and the ground of Jamie Wrigglesworth towards the back end of the field, but heading towards the Reckless in the first corner for the first time. It's the 188 bike of Seth Gibson, third on the grid, but first as they go in towards the first corner. There's the 117 Dave Spafford, making a few positions as we go around into the paddock section.
Yep, great start there for Seth Gibson. Getting a really great jump off the line. I think you were right. I think we were missing Rodney Reed there. So, a little bit unusual as to why he didn't start.
Yep, not quite sure the reason there, but he certainly had some good pace earlier on today. Did number 774 Rodney Reed.
Looks like a great start there for the 82 of James Wood. Sorry to interrupt there, Brad. But he's made his way up from 5th up to what looked like 2nd there, just behind Seth Gibson. So great start for the Bathmate rider, Woody.
Yeah, not bad at all as we go into the dirt section then. And a rather conveniently placed water droplet right in the middle there, just creating a bit of a mist. But it is Seth Gibson, number 188, who's leading the charge. And look at that gap already. We're not even complete the first lap yet. We're coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight for the first time now. And second place rider there. You're absolutely right, number 82 of James Wood. Not even in the same picture.
Yep, great start from Seth Gibson. He's definitely put the hammer down on this first lap. So it is the 82 of James Wood, then followed by the 51 of Jason Slater. Again, having another great ride this weekend, coming back from injury. So there's Jason. Followed by the 276 of Rich Jennings, then Craig Forshaw, Paul Reynolds, and Dave Spafford.
Everybody through safely. That was a number 800, just on inside the top 15. That's Gordon Clark. As we watch Seth Gibson make his way through this snaking S section. James Wood, Jason Slater, Rich Jennings, and Craig Forshaw all through safely there. In towards the dirt section then. But Seth Gibson with a 3.4 second advantage at the end of the first lap then. It's great stuff so far for the number 188 rider. In fact, there he goes through the bottom of the picture. 82, James Wood holding on to second place, despite starting fifth place. 3 positions gained in the first lap there, which is good stuff there for James Wood. Jason Slater doing everything he can to stay onto the rear wheel of the 82 of Wood as they come across the line now. Looking further down the order, everybody exiting the dirt section all safely. Here they come across the line for the second time. There we can see the gap between James Wood and Jason Slater, 1.125 seconds as they make their way into the paddock section. There's Jason Slater in the middle of the picture, just behind him Rich Jennings and Craig Forshaw. Up next is number 10 of Paul Reynolds, inside the top 6 for Paul Reynolds, ahead of Dave Spafford. Good battles all the way through the pack then, as we keep an eye on Seth Gibson with a 5.7 second advantage at the front of this race now. Heading into the dirt section he goes, but it is James Wood, Jason Slater. That gap seems to be opening up. It was 1.1. I'd put it somewhere around about 2 seconds now as we head towards the dirt section for the third time.
Yep. Less sliding of that back end going into that off-road section now. I think that grass may be catching a few of them out, potentially. That slippy grass with it being so wet. But Woody there making his way around that outside berm of the off-road section and then back out onto this tarmac. A really nice flowing corner there as it cambers as you head up. You can see there just how fast these riders are making their way past down this start-finish straight.
So what kind of speeds will these guys be approaching as they exit the farm bend and head towards the first corner then? We're looking in the realm of about 50, 60 mile an hour, perhaps even more?
I'd say upwards, so I don't really want to think about how fast I was going yesterday down there, I'll be honest. But especially now that they've taken out that off-road section and they're heading straight up there on the tarmac, I think they'll be heading up to 80, 90 mile an hour potentially. Before they break for that first corner where that rector cell is. So some nice, compared to the road racing they have here, it is lower speed, but it's definitely fast enough.
No, you're absolutely right, especially in these conditions as well. You have to get that break in right in the perfect position there. Right? So you're not going to be making the way around the rector cell, but in fact they're looking to go into it. But these guys know what they're doing. Seth Gibson has a 5.6 second advantage at the front of this race. That's bike number 188 ahead of James Wood. Next up is number 51 ahead of the 276. They're having a great scrap for the final podium position. A little bit wide there further down the order as the number 51 machine, Jason Slater, ahead of Rich Jennings, crossed the line. Now it was 1.5 seconds the gap between those riders, and it's opened up ever so slightly there, but Jennings right there with Jason Slater. In fact, Craig Forshaw still there inside the top 5, albeit 2.5 seconds behind that gap. There he is. There's Craig Forshaw in the picture now.
Yep, you can see the Tripz UK rider of Jason Slater there as he hopped back up over that banking. I'm sure that's now incredibly slippy with all that rain they've had as well. because that was just a grass banking we were hopping up over yesterday, and even without the rain it was still digging up a little bit, so there was actually some ruts forming heading up there, so that's just an extra little bit of a challenge for the riders.
Right, we're into the dirt section now. There goes Slater, Jennings, Forshaw, Reynolds, Spafford, Wright, Haley. All through into the dirt section now. It's out of shot. Seth Gibson crosses the line once more, looking to open up his advantage at the front of the race. Now we're looking at the battle for third place as they make their way onto the front straight once more. Now, of course, 3 laps to go then. It's the 276 now ahead of 51, so it's Rich Jennings ahead of Jason Slater. He got the better of him on that lap, looking to open up the advantage. James Wood is around about 3.5 seconds up the road from Rich Jennings. In fact, that may have opened up a little bit. That's 7.7. Forgive me there, my apologies.
Yeah, you can see there was the 111 of Duncan Wright, another one of these Scottish riders that have made their way down. He's done quite a few of the rounds this year. I think he's doing the whole championship, but again, some really strong rides so far this year. But to be up in 8th position in the B race, that's a great ride from Duncan. You can see they're nice and controlled as they head into that off-road section there. None of the riders sliding quite as dramatically as they were this morning. I think that'll be down to the worsening track conditions, but just keeping an eye out on sort of the weather. It looks like it's staying dry now, but worth mentioning all that dirt that's been dragged off that off-road section. We can't quite see just how far that is being dragged yet, so worth considering as it does dry. If this dirt does start to dry, then as it becomes dusty on the tarmac, that can still be incredibly slippy. So even on a slick or a wet, it's still going to be spinning up on these Supermoto bikes as they come off that off-road. So it's just another thing to consider as the day progresses. But there is our race leader, the 188 of Seth Gibson, entering the off-road section.
Everybody else into the paddock section there, as we keep an eye on our leaders at least. There is Seth Gibson, number 188, out of the dirt section, headed around Farm Bends. I thought it will be the penultimate time. And of course, when he crosses the lap this time around, the last lap flag will be showing, the yellow flag with the black cross. There it is, just to the left-hand side of the picture. Seth Gibson, just one more lap then before he will see the checkered flag. James Wood, we expect to come across the line next, and there he is, right on cue, number 82. There we will see Rich Jennings and Jason Slater. They're in a battle still for third place. The gap was 1.9 seconds between the number 276 and the 51. Just inside the top 5 is still number 58, Craig Forshaw. 5 seconds behind him, we will find Paul Reynolds and Duncan Wright. 5.2 seconds behind them. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4-way battle between the 154 of Haley, 98 Wrigglesworth, a 698 Sayer, and a 151 of Pearson.
Yeah, Blaine not really having a great day. Again, another one of our elite riders who's currently 11th in this B race, so not his best weekend. Would have been nice to see him make his way up to the A's. Well, here comes the 188 of Seth Gibson around for the final time as he makes his way towards Kirk with the checkered flag, and I think he's going to pull us a nice wheelie across the line, and he does. So great ride there from Seth. You can see there the 51 of Jason Slater making his way through the off-road section and back out onto the tarmac again to head towards that checkered flag.
We'll go good battle there, just in the little split screen on the bottom right hand side there for the minor placings. They're just making the way out of farm bends and across the line now. That looks like the battle between Brett Haley and Jamie Wrigglesworth as Duncan Wright crosses the line in 7th place for bike number 111. Brett Haley, Jamie Wrigglesworth separated by 7/10 of a second, with 151 Blaine Pearson inside the top 10.8 of a second behind Wrigglesworth, and 117 Dave Spafford up next. Then we've got that battle for 12th place, which goes the way of 698 Jake Sayer, with 17 Gareth Baxter inside the top 13, ahead of Gordon Clark, who took his goggles off during the midpoint of that race, and Ben Johnson being credited with 15th place at the back of the field.
I think it'll be Supermoto A next, won't it?
So lovely replay there of Seth Gibson's wheelie across the line as he takes the win for that B race 2. So both him and the 82 of James Wood will progress to the final A race 3 of the day. But up next is our A race 2. So there was a little bit of drama in this one of race 1. So we had Richard Blakeman in the lead, and as the number 7 of Jamie Duncan was chasing him down, he did clip a back marker and went down. Luckily, only lost one position, which credited the 217 of Richard Sharp with the 2nd place. But I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that. So this A race brought to us by Sheen's Project and Designs and Doors. So there is the number 7 and the number 42 sat waiting to make their way down to the grid. And there we can see the number 100 of Alex Mullaney there, along with his teammate, number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Chris making a mistake in that one as well, going down, we think, in the dirt.
Yeah, you're right. You can say Chris Hodgson there, he is right up there inside the top 3, and then unfortunately dropped down to around about 5th or 6th place during the midpoint of that earlier race. But fingers crossed, last year's champion will be able to put it right in this race.
So now down on the grid, we've got there the number 34 of Ian Bremner. And then there is the 138 of Paul Groom. Great ride from him this weekend. He was also the rider for our onboard lap this morning. So he was the one that gave us that onboard look of the track for today. Our Tripz UK rider onboard his 450 Husqvarna. But now all our riders making their way round for their warm-up lap.
Yep, just the one warm-up lap, I believe, for the second race for the A group here at Oliver's Mount. Of course, the track is ever so slightly drying out with each and every lap. Of course, the heat from the tyres and the engines, of course, will help in drying the circuit out. But here we can take a look at the grid.
Yeah, so our grid, I'm wondering, I'm not sure why that's showing riders like Jamie Duncan down in 10th when I'm fairly sure he finished 3rd. So I'm not sure that grid is correct, but we'll have a look to see where they grid themselves up when they get back round from this warm-up lap. So you can see how wet that dirt section still is, but I reckon that some of this tarmac will end up drying out by the end of this race.
I tell you what, that was an impressive stoppie from Mulaney there. Getting some heat into the front disc there, into the front tyre.
Yep, so if anyone was going to go slicks, I reckon it would have been the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, but even he has gone full wets. So the track is definitely still wet from all that rain we had earlier. And I can't see any riders out of the window that have got a slick on. So it looks like they're all going to be fairly evenly matched to the conditions, and you can see just how filthy those bikes are after going through that dirt section.
Absolutely, we just caught a glimpse there of number 79 of Pete Bennett. He's lining up at 9th on the grid. Just alongside him to his left is the 55 of Jack Nation, and the 155 of Chris Walker is alongside him. That is the 3rd row, but it looks like we've got a green flag at the back. We're all ready to go then. Off we go for the second race of the A group. It's a charge down towards the first corner then. Who's it going to be? Through the... Well, there's a lot less spray than what there was earlier on today, which lends itself, of course, to a slightly drier track, but it is going to be the number 217 of Richard Sharp. Richard Sharp ahead of Ian Bremner. A few changes of position further down there that looked like that was going to be the number 55 machine of Jack Nation up the inside of 155 Chris Walker. As we go through the paddock section for the first time of 9. And over the back onto the upper level there before the tight and twisty section within the main paddock there. But it is number 217, Richard Sharp. 34, Ian Bremner is your top 2. And they've already put a distance between themselves and number 7, Jamie Duncan. Then it's the 100 bike up next over Alex Mulaney. That is the top 4 as we go into the dirt section for the first time there. Paul Rose just getting a little bit squirrely on the change of direction there. But all under control for the number 8 machine as they head in towards the dirt section there. And you're right, like I said, it really does kick the back wheel up there, doesn't it? That steel ramp.
Yep, I'm not sure if that's just the profiling of that metal jump, but I did find it a little bit unsettling yesterday. But you can see Richard Sharp there backing it into that first corner. Great bit of style there as he managed to fend off the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. But as they cross the line for the first lap, it is still Richard Sharp who takes the lead, followed by the 54 of Richard Blakeman. You can see just how much muck's being thrown up off that dirt section. A little bit of a gap now then back to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, and then it looks like the number 1 of Chris Hodgson has made his way around his teammate Alex Mulaney. So Chris Hodgson will be looking to redeem himself after that 5th position in race 1. He'll be trying to get past the number 7 of Jamie Duncan next. Yeah, you can see the riders just avoiding those barriers there on the exit with that fencing. All of them doing well to dodge it. And like you said, thread the needle through there.
Yeah, absolutely. I can say, especially at these speeds as well, in these conditions, it can't be the easiest of tasks, but these guys have got it all under control. Richard Sharp, Richard Blakeman. It's a battle of the Richards at the front of this race. There's Jamie Duncan, who's momentarily in the picture there, number 7 championship leader coming into this weekend as the 2 Richards cross the line past our commentary point and on to the next lap. Looks like Jamie Duncan there, I believe he lost a position to Chris Hodgson, and in fact that is the case. Chris Hodgson with the fastest lap of the race, of course, on the first of the flying laps, then hard into the braking zone, throwing that machine sideways, but the race leader's already into the paddock section as we speak.
Yeah, Chris Hodgson's definitely on a charge in this race, trying to make up the lost positions from race 1. So he's managed to make his way by the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. So he'll now be trying to chase down Richard Blakeman, who looks like he's broken away a little bit from Richard Sharp. He's now under a lot of pressure there from Chris Hodgson as they're going through that tarmac section towards that off-road.
There was Alex Mullaney just braking hard in towards the dirt section there, but we are looking at the 217 of Richard Sharp. The gap was 0.399. We'll call it 0.4 of a second as they crossed the line the previous time around, but I believe it has opened up quite significantly on this lap number 3. We couldn't complete lap number 3, starting lap number 4 now. And is that Richard Blakeman falling into the clutches now of Chris Hodgson? And believe it is. 4.5 tenths is the gap between Blakeman and Hodgson, with Jamie Duncan a further 2.3 seconds back.
Yeah, Jamie just not quite having the pace so far at the start of this race, only currently able to do a 1:13.0 in comparison to the 1:11s that his competitors in front are managing in these conditions. So Jamie's really going to have to find about 2 seconds if he wants to try and put a charge on for the end of this race. You can see there, that was the number 1 of Chris Hodgson all over the back there of Richard Blakeman as they came through that chicane heading towards the off-road section. A little bit further back there you could see Dean Hillier following Alex Mullaney. But there is the 217 of Richard Sharp making light work of that tricky off-road section after all this rain.
Yeah, we're on to the front straight once more, and I believe we could well have some back markers coming into play there for our race leader in the coming laps. Richard Sharp there, 217, leading the way ahead of the 54 of Richard Blakeman. We're waiting for them to cross the line now as the number 100. Alex Mullaney crosses the line in 5th place. The gap between Sharp and Blakeman, 2.1 seconds. Chris Hodgson a further 1.4 seconds behind. Then it's Jamie Duncan, 3.2 seconds behind Chris Hodgson, with number 100 Alex Mullaney rounding out the top 5. But Jamie Duncan seemingly at this stage, Danielle, just can't quite match the pace of the leading trio.
No, he's still struggling, so he has managed to get his lap time down to a 1:12.6, but that's not really going to compete with the 1:10.7 of Richard Blakeman, who's currently our fastest man on track. So Jamie's going to have to find a little bit more speed somewhere. But there is the 217 of Richard Sharp now. Again, sliding as he comes off that off-road section there. And you can see in the back of Sharp, there was the 54 of Richard Blakeman, followed closely by the number 1 of Chris Hodgson.
Yep, the gap was 1.418 between Blakeman and Hodgson. This time around it's 0.6 of a second, with Chris Hodgson setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap. That's a 1 minute 10.570. Compare that with a 1 minute 11.320 for Richard Blakeman. We'll tell you all you need to know, that gap is closing down with each and every lap. We are at half race distance around about now. Sharp leads Blakeman by 2.4 seconds almost, and it's Hodgson, Duncan, Mullaney still inside the top 5. Only 0.6 of a second ahead of number 108 Dean Hillier, so that's another battle to watch as well around this Oliver's Mount circuit. The battle for the final top 5 position between Alex Mullaney and Dean Hillier. But it is all eyes towards Richard Blakeman and number 1 Chris Hodgson. As on the screen we have a look at number 7 Jamie Duncan, who is in now quite a relatively lonely 4th place, 6.5 seconds behind the trio at the front and 8.3 seconds ahead. Oh, what's happened there to Richard Sharp?
Looked like he made a little bit of a mistake there in that off-road section, which means that gap has closed down. It also looks like the number 1 of Chris Hodgson's found a way past 54 of Richard Blakeman, so that's a change for 2nd position. It looks like Chris Hodgson's managed to find a way all the way around Richard Blakeman.
Yeah, that's how quickly you can change. The gap between the top 3 was over 3 seconds. It's now 1.089, and it's even closer than that as we enter the paddock section. As they drop down onto the lower level, then a little bit of a squirt of power before making their way back up towards the upper level. Richard Sharp doing a great job of defending out in front, but it is the reigning champion, number 1 Chris Hodgson, who is defending that 2nd position from number 54 Richard Blakeman. There they are, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and getting the power down, threading the eye of the needle, changing direction, left, right, and hard on the brakes in towards the dirt section we go.
Yeah, so as they head into this off-road section, you can see there the 42 of Oliver Holmes, who's currently in 16th place, so he's now a back marker for them to contend with. he'll be very, very well aware that these guys are coming up and won't want to get involved, so he's pulled nice and out of the way for them there. Bit of a moment there for Richard Sharp as he came onto the start-finish straight. Big moment from the rear end of his bike, twitching under power as they head up here. You can see there in that off-road section just how wet it still is down there.
Richard Sharp throwing it sideways on the entrance towards that first right-hander there. There's a very hard braking zone, tight right-hander, but Richard Sharp just throws it sideways, gets it into the apex and gets it out as quick as he can.
Yeah, that's a proper Sharpie slide there.
1.071 is the gap between himself and Chris Hodgson. Chris Hodgson around about half a second ahead of Richard Blakeman, but here they come once again through that. Such precision is needed through that section. It really is incredible to watch every lap, the speed and how precise they go through that quick flip-flop section.
So now watching here on this off-road section, looks like Chris Hodgson's trying to move around the outside to see if he can get the drive up the hill, but Sharpie covering all possible options, trying to send Chris Hodgson the long way around if he's going to try and go for it, as they now head round to take the last lap flag. So Chris Hodgson will know that this is his last chance for this race to take the win. It looks like Richard Blakeman's dropped back just a little bit too much to be able to put a move on to Chris Hodgson, but Sharpie now will be defending the inside absolutely everywhere as they make their way now back up this banking on this bottom paddock section.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Richard Blakeman there, he was within touching distance, but at the end of that previous lap, the gap was over 1.5 seconds there, so it's all eyes towards 217 Richard Sharp and the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. There they are through the picture. We're looking at Richard Blakeman now as he gets onto the brakes in towards the off-road section now, but it is Chris Hodgson looking to find a gap between Richard Sharp. Was that a small incident there at the first corner? I believe it was further down the pack, where everybody up and back on their machines, which is great to see. But Chris Hodgson looking for the smallest of gaps so he can get ahead of Richard Sharp, but time is running out.
So that looked like we may have had a bit of a change there. So that looked like Richard Blakeman had made his way past Chris Hodgson there. So maybe a bit of a change. We'll have to watch as they come across the line. So that looks like Richard Blakeman has managed to take the win, followed by Chris Hodgson. So not quite sure what happened to Sharpie there. He led it for almost the entire race, but has finished in 3rd position. So I'm wondering if Sharpie may have dropped it just heading up down that wet grass into the off-road section. I did say a flash of a yellow flag as they entered there, so possibly the pressure got to him a little bit there.
It could well be, though. I believe there was a slight shake of the head there from Richard Sharp as he crossed the line. Of course, he was a long-time race leader there, was Richard. But whether he made a slight mistake or whether he was helped, it's all speculation at this stage. But of course, Richard Sharp, he won't be happy that he led the race for so long, but across the line in 3rd place. But it's any consolation, it's still a podium finish for Richard Sharp. And of course, we do have a race later on today.
So we will just watch the final few take the checkered flag. So that looked like the number 666 of Daryl Pennington taking the final checkered flag. So we're going to take a bit of a break while the non-championship mini bikes head out, but we will be back for the final race 3 with our solos Group C. So we are now back for race 3. So we're in our final block of races for today. And to kick it all off is our C group. So these were really entertaining for that last C group race we had. We are getting underway now as they all make their way to the grid. It looks like we've got the 27 of... Oh, give me 2 seconds while we get our timing screen up. Of Keith Jackson on pole on that CCM. So Keith Jackson, the previous British Championship race winner back in 2000, making a bit of a comeback, enjoying his racing in some really retro looking truck as well, so make sure you have a nosy at that if you come down to paddock C. So alongside him is the number 14 of Gavin Skaith on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, and then Rick Owen 351 in third. So that covers our front row. You can see there on screen we've got 841 of May Chalice rounding up that group. A few riders not going out there, possibly due to conditions.
Yeah, you mentioned the 27 of Keith Jackson there, just looking down there on pole position. It doesn't look as though it's the most modern of machinery, that CCM that he's riding, but to put it on pole position, he's certainly doing a good job indeed.
Yeah, we've seen a few riders over the years race those CCMs, and some to differing varies of success, but Keith Jackson certainly knowing how to ride that bike. So we are almost ready to get underway as they make their way round on the warm-up lap. We are still not using that hillside off-road section, so it's been deemed that it is too wet for that to be used safely. Now, just looking at the exit of that, you can see where people have actually been slipping down it underfoot, so could only imagine how sketchy that might be on a set of wets.
Oh, I thought that number 14, is that number 14 there, just the front, it could well be John Oakes there, but Keith Jackson there on that, what seems to be a dated CCM there, will be lining up on the front row. There he is, second in picture.
Yep, that CCM I'm certain qualifies as an Evo bike. Not quite sure why we're missing John Oakes. Can't see him, so hopefully he's okay. But again, it is Keith Jackson on pole, followed by the 14 of Gavin Skaith, you can see there on screen. Those leathers really showing how filthy that off-road section is.
The bike of the geezer that's on pole looks like it's about 1,000 years old.
Yeah, we're just having a look at number 236 there, Dan Spencer. He's there on the header of row number 3. Thumbs up from Dan Spencer there. He's ready to go. Alongside him to his right-hand side is number 78, Kyle Bennett, and the number 614 machine of Mark Adamson on the row behind there. We're looking at the number 97 of Dax Almond. But we're all ready and raring to go, and off they go then for what will be the final C race of the day. And Keith Jackson on that CCM there, of course, British champion summer 23 years ago then is Keith Jackson. He's looking as though he's going to be heading towards the first corner, not in the lead. In fact, he's dropped down to second place because it is the number 351 of Rick Owen out in front. There we just got a quick glimpse of Dan Spencer coming under pressure from Kyle Bennett as we go in towards the paddock section for the first time of 7. Of course, it's a 7-lap duration for the C race here. Their third race of the day. Everybody making it through safely up the onto the upper platform they go, and into the twisty bits around the main paddock. But it is Rick Owen ahead of Keith Jackson on that CCM. Owen from Jackson, they're making away. Oh, a little bit of a moment there from number 351, Rick Owen, but he's got it under control. But that just goes to show that despite there being no rain for the last hour or so, these track conditions are still treacherous, can easily catch you out. But that's everybody through safely. We're keeping our eye on towards the dirt section now, waiting for our race leader, Rick Owen. There he is, right on cue, Ricky Owen, over the jump and in towards that 180-degree right-hander, taking the outside berm And he's got quite a healthy advantage, it has to be said, coming towards the end of the opening lap. There's Rick Owen, Keith Jackson doing a good job there on that CCM ahead of, I believe it was number 14 of Gavin Scaife, who was up next. Certainly Gavin Scaife was well up there on the grid. But it is Rick Owen coming across the line to complete the first lap, well out in front of the chasing pack. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Keith Jackson. He's got it all under control though, but that was nearly over the top there for Keith Jackson. Across the line they go. It's Michael Whittam, in fact, bike number 77, who makes up a few positions there into second place ahead of Jackson. Gavin Scaife in fourth place ahead of Sean Jones, Mark Adamson, Kyle Bennett, Dan Spencer, Dax Almond and John Oakes, number 95, down in 10th place.
Yeah, that's a great ride from Michael Whittam, making his way up to second. So just hearing now, the reason that maybe John Oakes hasn't made the grid is potentially down to his generator setting on fire, so he's not made the grid. So unfortunate for Jono, our Bathmate rider. But back to the racing here, we've got Michael Whittam there, followed by the 27 of Keith Jackson. That section there looking treacherous as they were spinning up on the rear. But we got a bit of a train going through there. A number to keep your eye on would be the 78 of Kyle Bennett. He dropped back quite significantly mid-race, and we weren't really sure where he got to. So we'll have to keep an eye on him in this race to see if he can pull a few of those positions back.
But there is Michael Whittam there in second place ahead of Keith Jackson. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders all bunched together here as we come towards the end of the second lap. But Rick Owen, bike number 351, should be back with us any moment now. We're still waiting for him to come across the line there.
I'm thinking we might have lost Rick Owen just heading into the off-road section, so I did see a yellow flag. So I think that must have been Rick Owen on that wet grass that was catching quite a lot of the riders out this morning.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There he is. It's just coming across the line now. And Rick Owen there credited with 6th place. So what we're looking at on screen there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders. That is the battle for the lead. Currently occupied by Keith Jackson. He's got the better of Michael Whittam. The gap was a tenth of a second across the line, but Keith Jackson has overhauled that and put himself at the front of the race ahead of Michael Whittam. There's confirmation of the gap as they cross the line. But of course, it's all changed within the last 15 seconds or so. Keith Jackson was just over half a second ahead of Gavin Scaife, with Gavin Scaife a further 4 tenths ahead of Kyle Bennett on bike number 78. Kyle Bennett, incidentally, the fastest rider on the circuit on that previous lap at the end of the first flying lap. Everybody else in the 33-34s. Kyle Bennett, a 1 minute 31.816. You did say earlier he is the man to watch.
Yep, he's definitely one to watch. I've seen Kyle race quite a few times, and seeing him in the seas is actually quite surprising, to be honest. He's a little bit off his pace, so I think he'll be looking to win this sea race.
Shall I go back to this shot?
Yeah, well, he's certainly going the right way about it. There is that rather aged CCM there leading the way ahead of... That is Kyle Bennett up there into second place, isn't it? That's Kyle Bennett, number 78, just behind Keith Jackson, bike number 27, the man that we're looking at now, getting a little bit sideways on the exit of the dirt section. But that is Kyle Bennett, number 78, up into second place now.
Yep, Kyle will be looking to try and get past Keith Jackson now on this lap, I'd assume. He'd rather get it done sooner rather than later. And then it will be a battle, I'd assume, for second. So with his speed at the moment, well, it is looking like Keith Jackson has got the pace. So he's managed a 1:29.555, which is actually the fastest lap. So it looks like track conditions are improving, but you can see just outside our commentary window how much that dirt is being dragged around the circuit. There is a dirty line all the way along the straight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. We're just watching the riders now through the paddock section there. Still believe it is Keith Jackson leading them round. Kyle Bennett still there within touching distance. In fact, there's Keith Jackson down in the third place.
Yep, and there is, following him is Michael Whittam. And then that looks like Mark Adamson again having another great race. That mid-pack battle there with Sean Jones. Then you've got Dan Spencer and Rick Owen, who was our race leader. He's dropped back to 8th, hasn't been able to make much progression from there. But that looks like a change for the lead. We've got the number 78 potentially of Kyle Bennett. I'm just looking now to see where Keith Jackson is. May have possibly gone down in the dirt there.
That Keith Jackson there in third place, and it seems to be quite lonely there for Keith Jackson in third place. Of course, 2 laps ago, we did have a 5-way battle for the lead, but that has now been taken by Kyle Bennett, who has a 2.5 second advantage over Gavin Scaife. We can see on the screen there that Gavin Scaife has done a 1 minute 26.838. Not quite as quick as Kyle Bennett's 1 minute 25.403. However, that's the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap for your new race leader, number 78, Kyle Bennett. Keith Jackson there in third place ahead of Michael Whittam, and Mark Adamson at 614 is up into fifth place. Good stuff there for Mark, ahead of Sean Jones, Dan Spencer, Rick Owen. Not making the most ground throughout the course of this race there. Number 351, of course, he did have a 7-second lead by the end of the first lap, but that small incident in the off-road section there, see him drop down to 8th place, where he remains.
Yep, you can see here, even heading into the dirt section now, dirt has been dragged all the way around the circuit. So those tyres not even able to get in a chance to be cleaned off. So they'll be spinning up absolutely everywhere on this snotty conditions from all that rain we had earlier. So even though it hasn't rained for, like you said, about an hour, that rain was enough to cause these track conditions to deteriorate severely.
So with the track being in this condition then, with a dark, dirty line all the way around the circuit, will that impede the grip levels?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of these riders will be trying to stay on the racing line for now, but it might be worth that as it dries, going off the racing line. They might find there's more grip if they go off the racing line. Maybe get a little bit of a cleaner line, which can help them if they're trying to get around the outside of someone. They might find there's more grip out there. But we'll go. You can see from this angle how much dirt is still on their tyres before they've even made it to that banking. So, and that's after doing that entire straight.
Well, further down the order there, Rick Owen, number 351. He's going around about the second quicker than the man in front. That's the 236 machine. But we are looking at race leader there. That's Bennett, number 78. In the split screen there, we can see the rider in the minor placings just making the way over the bankings before the twisty section in the main paddock. But Bennett with a 3.2 second advantage over Scaife, and then Jackson a further 6 seconds behind, but he is 9.2 seconds ahead of Whittam, number 77, on this lap. Oh, looks like we've got a few back markers coming into play there for Bennett, your race leader.
Yeah, May keeping and sticking to her line there, taking the outside, so absolutely no issues there with coming up on the back marker.
Of course, when they cross the line this time around, it will be the last lap flag being shown. Such is the pace of our race leader. There it is, the yellow flag with the black cross. Just one more lap then for Bennett before he will take the checkered flag. Just need to keep it rubber side down, and he'll be home safe and dry.
Well, maybe not too dry.
Well, that is very true. That is very true. We've not had the best weather today, but we've got blue skies here at Oliver's Mount now, which is always good to report.
Yeah, it's definitely brightened up now since lunchtime. So, worth keeping an eye out to see if we are getting any more dry patches across the circuit. But you can see there is Keith Jackson making his way into that paddock section on his CCM. But it is the number 78 of Kyle Bennett, who's currently got quite a comfortable lead of 3.245 seconds as he enters the off-road section for the final time today.
Gavin Scaife 3.2 seconds adrift from Kyle Bennett, number 14. Keith Jackson we're waiting on now on that CCM, just come into our picture there almost, but we do change back to our race leader, number 78, Kyle Bennett. Fastest lap of the race was on that previous lap, in fact, for Kyle Bennett, a 1 minute 25.337. But just a few more corners to navigate before he will take the checkered flag. And you can tell you what, as soon as they get the power on out of the off-road section, you can really see the rear tyres squirming and trying to find the traction.
Yep, these conditions are challenging for the best of our riders. So these C group riders managing to get round, especially those sort of towards the back that have a little bit less experience, they're a credit to themselves for going out there in these exceptionally tricky conditions. So well done to all of those today that have managed. You can see there Dax Almond spinning up as he came off the off-road section.
Further down the order there, that was a great move from number 351, Rick Owen. He was 8th across the line previous time around. But I believe we could, yeah, there we go. He's crossed the line in 6th place and made a good move there over the jump and took the inside line. In the off-road section is number 236. Dan Spencer crosses a line at what can be described as a relatively pedestrian pace.
Don't worry, he was slowing down so he could pull a really nice wheelie for the crowds.
Ah, perfect. We like that. I suppose it's good reason as any. But Kyle Bennett then 9.1 seconds ahead of Gavin Scaife by the end of the race. And I tell you what, he didn't let up throughout the course of that race. Kyle Bennett, his fastest lap of the race was a 1:25.3. That final lap was a 1:25.8. Just goes to show you how he was still pushing on in the latter stages of this race. Gavin Scaife and Keith Jackson at second and third. Michael Whittam, Mark Adamson complete your top five. Rick Owen up to 6th place after that unfortunate incident earlier on in the race. On the very first lap for Rick Owen, he clambered back up to 6th place. Sean Jones, Dax Almond, Dan Spencer, and number 841, May Chalice complete the top 10.
So we can see now spectators making their way from one side of the track to the other as we get ready for our Supermoto Academy Race 3. Just looking outside, that tarmac's looking a little bit drier.
No, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can say earlier on we did have a bit of standing water, then it was down, but no, you're right. The tarmac is slowly but surely drying out.
So we'll wait for our Academy riders to make their way down to the track for their warm-up lap. So there on screen you can see the Barry Sheen Memorial at Oliver's Mount. There will also be their Gold Cup, which is happening the weekend after our next round. So you don't have to pick and choose. You could attend both. So round 7 of the British Supermoto Championship will be held at Teesside on the 16th and 17th of September. And there will also be a live stream covering that. But on the 23rd and 24th of September, the weekend following, there will also be the Gold Cup here at Oliver's Mount. So make sure that if you're local, you get that one in your calendars. But we've now got our Supermoto Academy riders on the grid.
I just heard you mention there about the Gold Cup that's coming up later on in late September. Of course, Davey Todd, who was a previous Supermoto rider, he did finish 3rd in last year's Gold Cup, and he didn't have the best of times. The weather wasn't the best for him, but 3rd place on an unfavoured machine as well. He certainly gave the front runners a run for their money.
Yep, Davey's had a bit of an up and down season, I'd say, so far, but again, he's always welcome back at Supermoto. He was never one to win a championship, actually. He never won a British Supermoto Championship. Once he started doing a little bit more road racing, it sort of a little bit of a backseat for him, I think, but always up there. Just watching there, Charlie Cunningham looking like he's trying to find another off-road section there on the warm-up lap as he goes across the leaves under the trees.
I'm not 100% sure if they give more grip than tarmac, but I suppose you would have found that out now.
Can I get a quick...
They live and they learn.
There we go. But no, I was saying earlier that kids don't generally know the meaning of fear. They just go full gas on these little 85 machines. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a speed trap through there. If they're going there, similar speeds to what the 450s are. They're certainly giving it some, aren't they?
Well, it did make me laugh when I saw the 30-mile-an-hour signs yesterday. I was hoping that the pesky speed camera van wouldn't be out. Yep, so most of these riders not even old enough for a licence, a proper bike licence from the road, but they are fully fledged little racers in the British Supermoto Championship. So on pole we will have the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, who rode an absolutely stormer of a race in race 2 of this academy class, with a sizable lead. So that off-road prowess showing there. And then we've got Liam Pearson. He's had a little bit of a tricky day, few offs here and there, but definitely had the pace. Just needs to sort of keep it on 2 wheels. And there is the number 5, son of Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds, his son Archie Reynolds. And there we have Jordan Thomas, a rider who I think is having a few bike issues this weekend, potentially. But hopefully they get all sorted out. And there is one of our female competitors in this class. We've got the number 56 there of Max Rhodes, and then his 2 teammates, and then his sister. So we've got Isabel Wingate and Lily Rhodes there. So a full RWJ 3rd row.
Well, it looks like we're all ready for a race start here. Of course, this will be run over 5 laps. All eyes to the lights, the revs rise, and away we almost go.
Nearly.
We'll give that another go. Not sure what the hold-up there was. I can see that number 10, Cole Reynolds, seems to be off his bike there. I don't know if he's stalled it or not. But Cole Reynolds on that 65. Just a little bit out of position, as is the 125 of Isabel Wingate. But, of course, we'll get that all sorted. So we'll give it another go there. All eyes to the flag once more to get this race underway. And off we go. Good start there for all of our front runners on that front row then, and we'll keep our eyes peeled up towards me for the first time of 5. Look at that, a nice haze of 2-stroke fumes. You cannot beat it on a Sunday evening. This is number 5 of Archie Reynolds, who is leading the way ahead of the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, of course, who took the victory earlier on today.
Yep, great start for Archie Ormrod as he makes his way through into that paddock area.
I'm pointing at the sun because it's a bit of heat. Trying to get the fog out of the lens.
But they're on the way in towards, look at that, such is the pace of a race leaders.
It looks like the other Archie. So we've got Archie Reynolds currently in the lead. So that number 5 Automotive Solutions bike currently in the lead. Great start for Archie Reynolds. So we will, and there is his younger brother Cole Reynolds there, the number 10. So we'll watch them now. They've made their way into the off-road section. There's Archie picking that outside berm nicely around there as he heads up the hill and then back towards that tarmac. You can see the back end sliding there on these smaller bikes as well.
Yeah, that's what I love about these Supermoto machines. And say it really does allow you to learn about the bike moving underneath you. It gives you so much confidence, especially in inclement weather like we've had earlier on today. But we're watching them come across the line now. There was Archie Reynolds with a 4.8 second advantage over Archie Ormrod. Jordan Thomas up next on the number 18 bike. Then it's Liam Pearson, who's had a bit of a difficult time of things today. But Liam Pearson up there in the 4th place. That's on the 85cc gas. That's the red machine. We can see there 3rd in picture. Ahead of number 34, Charlie Cunningham, 73, Ollie Sims, Jackson Bennett up next, and it's Isabel Wingate, Lily Rhodes, Max Rhodes, and Cole Reynolds just crossing the line now. But they're into the paddock section now, and we shall be picking up our race leaders shortly. In fact, there is Archie Ormrod ahead of Jordan Thomas. Archie Reynolds really has opened up a significant margin at the end of that first lap, hasn't he?
Yeah, great start for Archie Reynolds. So, considering the lead that Archie Ormrod managed while it was absolutely bucketing it down in race 2, Archie Reynolds has put a stormer on in these first couple of laps. He's currently doing, I'm trying to see what his fastest lap will be so far, but I'm thinking it's a 121.7, which, if that's the case, that's a cracking lap time on these 85s. So you can see there on screen Archie Ormrod just struggling to get the power down as he comes off that off-road section. And the bike squirming underneath him.
Yep, you're right. There's a 1 minute 22.011 on that lap for Archie Reynolds. Race leader, the gap was 4 seconds. It's now opened up over Archie Ormrod to 9.5 seconds. but there is a three-way scrap there for second place. It's Archie Ormrod leading that particular battle that we can see on the screen now. Then it's Jordan Thomas and Liam Pearson up next. So it's the number 40, the number 18 and the 150 in your picture as they go through the paddock now. 9.5 seconds confirmation there of the gap between the two Archies at the front of the race. Then it's a 0.3 of a second gap between Ormrod and Thomas. 0.436 between Thomas and Pearson, and then it's a 4.5 second gap between Pearson and Cunningham.
Yep, so this little battle for second, it's got these three riders sort of all battling it out. I know it's definitely about staying on in this race as well, so hopefully they'll all have managed to knack this going down this wet grass before the off-road section. We haven't had any fallers on there so far, touch wood.
Chance for a guessing game there.
There is Archie Ormrod. He's, interestingly enough, the only rider out of those three there to take the inside berm. Jordan Thomas and Liam Pearson opting for the outside berm there as to get the power down now. Rear wheel protesting once more as it tries to find the traction in the tarmac, and that's going to be an outside move to give him the inside line there for Liam Pearson and Jordan Thomas. Don't believe he quite made it work this time around, and he's lost a little bit of drive there onto the front straight. And of course it's all about who will be the best on the brakes as we go in towards the first corner once more. On to the penultimate lap we are already. Such is the pace of Archie Reynolds, 14.3 seconds ahead of this trio fighting for second place. But it is Ormrod still holding station in second place ahead of Thomas and Pearson. But time is running out for these guys. Thomas looking to get ahead of Ormrod and Pearson looking to leapfrog the both of them.
It looks like Ollie Sims has managed to find a way past the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham up to 5th place. But out in front, Archie Reynolds now has a gap of 14.3 seconds. So he's definitely mastered these tricky conditions that are in between. So great ride from Archie Reynolds so far. But on screen you can see there Ollie Sims entering the off-road section, then followed by the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham. And into this off-road section now, you can see Archie Ormrod not quite jumping that metal jump anymore, so wondering if that's due to sort of a lack of grip on there with the off-road section being so wet. He's lost a little bit of confidence there, but he's now coming up on the back marker of the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So with Cole only being on a 65, I'm sure Archie should be able to blast straight past him on this straight without much difficulty with them a few more CCs.
Yeah, we're looking at Archie Ormrod right now as he starts his final lap. Then in towards the paddock he goes, but Archie Reynolds, number 5, is well, I don't think anybody saw what way he went after the first corner. He's 18 seconds in the lead after 4 laps, which is fantastic stuff there from young Archie Reynolds. Liam Pearson in 3rd place ahead of Ollie Sims in 4th by 2.6 seconds. So that trio for 2nd, 3rd and 4th has opened up ever so slightly there throughout the course of this race. And Archie Ormrod looking at that, brushing his elbow against the rector cell there as he looks to straight line that flip-flop section as much as he can to maintain the momentum and the speed. But we're looking at Archie Reynolds now, number 5, showing very dominant form throughout the course of this race.
Really impressive there to see him keep the feet on the pegs as he came off that off-road section, the back end sliding, and he was so committed to keeping his feet on the pegs. Absolutely brilliant riding from Archie Reynolds there. A well-deserved win. So I'm sure his dad, Paul Reynolds, will be incredibly proud of that one. I think that one's deserving of something nice for tea tonight. But brilliant ride from Archie Reynolds, and now we'll wait for the number 40. It looks like
that's a change of second place there, I think, in the closing stages of that final lap there. It is Liam Pearson who I believe got the better of Archie Ormrod. In fact, it was by 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that must have happened on that off-road section. We can see there in our split screen we've got the number 56 of Lily Rhodes there making her way out of that off-road section, followed by her brother Max Rhodes, and then their teammate Isabel Wingate. So she struggled a little bit in that last race, did Isabel, telling me she'd come off quite a few times. So really tricky conditions for these young riders who are all still learning their craft, but great racing from all of them. think we're now just waiting for the 18 of Jordan Thomas now, who's making his way out of the off-road section and heading towards the checkered flag. You can see there the back end sliding all over the place on that 85.
I'm not sure what's happened to Jordan Thomas here. He was right up there within the top 3 in the midpoint of that race there, wasn't he? Jordan Thomas, number 18, as he crosses the line now to complete the top 10.
Yep. Really, really tricky conditions for these riders, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's possibly lost a little bit of time there through a mistake. So we'll now give some more spectators the opportunity to cross the track as we get ready for our Supermoto Group B.
Kitty, have you noticed that number 34, the kid, you see what whenever he changes gear, he goes like that?
Yeah, I went to the water stand by the train and I was like, how are they changing gear? They're going like, wham, wham, wham. Because it is, they're like, some of them are going like full blown with the elbows, and then others are literally like...
And you watch like, it's funny as well because when you watch all the Group A stuff, and they're just like, like the smallest possible movement.
Yeah.
And
the kids are like,
makes it go faster.
looks cool though.
Yeah. Last group now, I think, isn't
Pardon?
it? Last group now, I think, isn't it?
No, we've got B and A.
So I mean, like last loop, last go through.
Yeah, only 2 more.
Oh, is it?
That was Academy and we've had C.
Oh yeah, to go C Academy and then.
So now it's just A.
B.
BA.
BA, yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
I feel like my lens has got worse again.
So we are getting underway with Supermoto Group B, brought to us by Technative, who are bringing us this live stream. So our riders are making their way to the grid, and it looks like we've got Paul Reynolds, father of our previous race winner Archie Reynolds, sat in 3rd place, so I'm sure he'll be over the moon for the start of this one. Oh, maybe a little bit of a mix-up there with the grid positions. But either way... we can see there the 111 of Duncan Wright, one of the Scottish riders, giving us a little bit of a wave there. So he was riding a fellow competitor Michael Craig's bike for the start of this season, but has gone out and got himself a new KTM. And there is the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, alongside the 151 of Blaine Pearson on his KTM, and the 117 of Dave Spafford. There is the 698 of Jake Sayer on that nicely prepared Honda. Looks like he's managed to give the plastics a bit of a wipe over as well, because he doesn't quite look as filthy as the rest of them. And there is the 22 of Ben Johnson. So taking up the back of this grid is the 67 of Keith Topless and 99 of Andy Hayes, who both made their way up from the previous C Group race.
Yeah, good stuff there. I had a quick word with Andy during the break around about half hour ago, and he asked me, am I enjoying the weekend? I was like, I am, but not as much as you. Look at you getting up into the B Group. And he smiled. He's having a good weekend, is Andy Hayes on bike number 99. They're just setting off now onto their warm-up lap. But yeah, he's full of smiles there was Andy, and looking to impress here in the B race, the final B race of the day, of course. Here, let's have a look at the starting grid then. Rich Jennings and Jason Slater, Craig Forshaw, Paul Reynolds, Duncan Wright and Brett Haley were the 6 quickest there. And that will occupy the first 3 rows. Jamie Wrigglesworth and Blaine Pearson, 98 and 151. Then it's the 117 and 698 of Spafford and Sayer, Baxter and Clark. Number 17 and number 800 in 11th and 12th place. Row 7, Ben Johnson on the 22 bike and number 67 Keith Topless. And at the back there, number 99 Andy Hayes. Of course, as you mentioned there, Topless and Hayes being promoted from the C race to the B race.
Yep, so apparently Andy was very chuffed with me when I compared him to Storm Stacey. I think I might have been referring to the hanging off riding style. But I mean, he took it well.
Poor old Andy. I think I was looking at him down there on the starting line, and I'm surprised he ain't got a little stool to put his foot on.
Little starting blocks like for the kids at motocross on their 50s.
It's all good fun. There he is in the picture there, number 99, Andy Hayes. Of course, earlier on today, he was wearing the old faithful blue Crotree leathers, but has opted to change for the Black Sparta leathers here in the final 2 races for him.
There is the 58 of Craig Forshaw. He's sitting on the front row of our grid alongside the 51 of Jason Slater and then the 276 of Rich Jennings.
Looking down there, it looks like that everybody is still opting for the full wet tyres there. So there'll be no dramas in terms of tyre choice in this race. Number 154, that's Brett Haley there, just lining up at the end of row number 2. We're looking at the back of the number 98 machine there of Jamie Wrigglesworth. He's out on row 3 in the middle of the pack, but we have a green flag and we're all ready and raring to go for race number 3 for the B group. All eyes to the flag and away we go then. And it's a good start there further down the order for the number 22 of Ben Johnson, but looking up towards the front of the pack, is it going to be Jennings or Slater? Craig Forshaw still there in the mix as well. We look up towards the first corner and it is going to be the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, who is ahead of Jason Slater. As it looks like Jamie Wrigglesworth there in the mid-pack. There's Andy Hayes making up 5 positions, in fact, from the back of the grid there. So Andy Hayes has got his elbows out.
Yeah, great start for Andy Hayes there. Also, Keith Topless picking off a few positions there from the back of the grid. So you can see him there just in shot as they've made their way up that banking. But it looks like Jason Slater's found a way past Craig Forshaw. So he's now our race leader as they head into this first lap. Heading up now towards this off-road section, we've got that really slippy grass that they'll head down. But you can see now it looks like a dry line forming.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. We can see it on the entrance. There's a little bit late on the brakes there, but got it all recovered. That particular rider didn't quite catch a number on there. I do apologise.
So I think that was Gareth Baxter there a little bit late on the brakes, but he managed to make it down that grass section.
So watching them all filter through there out of the off-road section and back onto the tarmac in towards Farm Bends. There is the number 67 machine of Keith Topless, the rear wheel protesting. So he tries to get the power down, but it's the 51 from the 58, Jason Slater and Craig Forshaw, your leading duo as they cross the line for the first time. Then it's Paul Reynolds up next, ahead of Jamie Wrigglesworth, Rich Jennings, Duncan Wright inside the top 6, Brett Haley, Blaine Pearson, Gordon Clark and Dave Spafford.
Yeah, watching them now head down this banking, I'm sure that is incredibly slippy with all that wet grass. I think they did manage to scrape a little bit more off it this morning, so it wasn't quite as much grass and more of it of dirt, but Jason Slater there not managing to shake off Craig Forshaw just yet, so Craig still all over the back of Jason Slater's KTM, that Tripz UK bike.
Yep, all filtering through there. There goes Andy Hayes ahead of the 698 of Jake Sayer. and it very much is one line through that particular section of this Oliver's Mount circuit. But we are looking at Jason Slater and Craig Forshaw. 1, 2, 3, 4 riders all opted in for the outside berm there on this second lap. Of course, getting the power down there, Jason Slater, bike number 51. We can see him around the bottom of Farm Bends and up over the top now and onto the front straight once more. So it is Slater. The gap last time, 1.1 seconds between himself and Craig Forshaw this time around. Let's have a look. We watch and we wait for the gap, and it is 1.2 seconds between Slater and Forshaw. Paul Reynolds, Jamie Wrigglesworth and Duncan Wright has made up a few positions there. In fact, he is the fastest rider on the circuit at the end of that first flying lap there. Of course, lap number 2 completed. Duncan Wright with a 1 minute 23.182. That's 0.3 quicker than second fastest rider on the field. That is Paul Reynolds in third place, bike number 10, in his attempts to claw the gap back down between himself and Craig Forshaw. It's only half a second between Forshaw and Paul Reynolds in the battle for second place. Here they are now. It looks like it may have opened up ever so slightly there.
Yeah, Jason Slater certainly doesn't really have much breathing room, so definitely no space to be able to make a mistake. So he's got to kind of keep this all clean and tidy as he's making his way into the off-road section.
There is Slater, no mistakes through the off-road section there, back out onto the tarmac there, a little bit sideways, but all under control for the number 51 of Slater. Forshaw Reynolds up next. But the one to watch there, for my money, there is the 111 of Duncan Wright. He's currently in 5th place at the end of the previous lap. The top 3 have come through, and yep, Duncan Wright moving up to 4th place as we complete lap number 3. But Jason Slater sets the fastest lap of the race on that lap with clear track in front of him. He's looking to extend his advantage over Craig Forshaw. It was 1.2. It's now 1.485 between himself and Forshaw. A 1 minute 22.664. They're well into the paddock section now. There is confirmation of those previous lap times. Only Slater and Forshaw in the 22s. Paul Reynolds in third place, a 1 minute 23.182. Through this tight section they go then over to the left, then back over to the right before flicking it to the left. A little bit of throttle before braking hard and making their way into the off-track section. Pops and bangs on the overruns there from these 4-stroke 450s. But it is Jason Slater looking as imperious as ever out in front. The gap was 1.4. It's holding station there between himself and Craig Forshaw. But Paul Reynolds is within touching distance there in third place. He's 2.8 seconds ahead of Wright. And then it's Wrigglesworth up next.
Nice drift there coming off the off-road by Duncan Wright. Sliding that back end of the KTM. Nice and under control. Watching now as they come down the start-finish straight, you can see there in that split screen, I think that's Andy Hayes there coming through the off-road section, closely followed by the 22 of Ben Johnson. So Andy managing to hold position just there. But out front is Jason Slater. It looks like Craig Forshaw is currently the fastest man on track, though, in second place with a 1:21.08. So he's definitely still pushing for that first place.
Through they go then in towards the dirt section once more. Around about half race distance we are at the moment. Of course, when we complete this lap, that will be 5 laps completed and 3 to go. That's the gap for the race lead. That's Jason Slater. The gap was 0.9 of a second as they crossed the line the previous time around. Get the power down. A little bit of a slide there for the front two. Jason Slater and Craig Forshaw over the top once more and onto the front straight. They're heading back towards our commentary point now, getting the power down, and the line there is still a little bit dirty on the front straight, isn't it?
Yeah, that dirt's definitely dragged all the way around the circuit now. You can see just how bad it is by how much you can see on that dirt. The dirt itself still got a few puddles on it here and there, but it's more where it's dragged to that I think is going to cause more problems. So even though the circuit is now almost dry, these riders not feeling they've got enough grip to be able to put a slick on. So it'd be interesting to see what these A group riders pick.
Yeah, you're absolutely right to say all of these guys are out on the wets, but there is definitely a dry line forming in certain sections of this Oliver's Mount circuit as race leaders move their way in towards the off-track section once more. Just off shot there, number 17 of Gareth Baxter is crossing the line now, having a relatively lonely ride. He's lost a whole load of time on that lap, so Gareth Baxter has lost touch with the group in front as we look once more at Jason Slater. 1 second was the advantage between himself and Craig Forshaw at the end of that previous lap. When they cross the line this time around, it will be to start the penultimate lap as Paul Reynolds just comes into picture there. He is around about 3 seconds behind Craig Forshaw. On to the penultimate lap we go.
There's the 800 of Gordon Clark there making his way through that off-road section on board his Honda. So I think he had a mechanical at one of the previous rounds, but has managed to get that rebuilt ready for Oliver's Mount. So that's great to see him out there on that. Oh, it looks like Craig Forshaw there showing a wheel to Jason Slater through that paddock section.
Didn't look as though Jason Slater was a fan of that. He looked around and said, "What are you doing?"
Where do you think you're going?
This race lead is mine, and he's doing everything he can to hold on to it through this very much one-line section. But Craig Forshaw is right there with him. The gap was 0.992, around about a second, as they completed the previous lap. And of course, we do just have 1.5 laps to go now. And Craig Forshaw has put himself in prime position there to look to take advantage and take the race lead potentially from Jason Slater. We're looking at race leader Jason Slater now on number 51, and Craig Forshaw is just there in the back of the shot. Paul Reynolds was 2.8 seconds behind, but he's gained up a lot of time on this lap, has Paul Reynolds, and look who he's bringing with him. It's the 111 machine of Duncan Wright.
Yep, so it's looking like we're going to have all 4 of them now as we go into the final lap. You can see there Kirk holding that last lap flag out for them, so they're all very well aware that this is their last chance of the weekend. That is, unless they're going to do our hill climb tomorrow.
Plug. There's Jason Slater just dropping down there onto the lower bottom half of the paddock, then back up over the banking. Craig Forshaw not as close as what he was previous time around, but we're only talking around about a bike length or two between Slater and Forshaw. In fact, Craig Forshaw is the fastest rider on the circuit in terms of overall best laps, but on that previous lap they're going around about 3 seconds slower than the fastest laps of the race. Jason Slater doing a great job of defending that race lead. Just half a lap to go then as we go into the dirt section for the final time.
Yep, all these riders within 2 seconds of each other between first and fourth, so really no room for error on this final lap for any of these riders if they don't want to lose out. Well, it looks like Jason's made his way through that off-road section with precision as he comes off. Now heading towards to hopefully see that checkered flag being waved by Kirk. So he'll have been happy to see that after the pressure being put on him by Craig Forshaw, who finished in second. Then followed by the number 10, Paul Reynolds, in third, and the 111 of Duncan Wright in fourth. See down on the bottom of our screen, we've got I think that's the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth making his way round to take the checkered flag.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was a very close battle for 7th place. It was Dave Spafford ahead of Keith Topless for 7th and 8th by 6/100ths of a second across the line. They were almost side by side, was Spafford and Topless, with Jamie Wrigglesworth in 9th place ahead of Gordon Clark to round out the top 10. As we watch Jake Sayer, number 698, in 11th place. Next up is number 22, Ben Johnson, who gets the better of Andy Hayes, number 99, on that final lap. So that is the 13 starters in their finishing positions there. Slater by half a second over Forshaw in the end, despite Forshaw's monumental efforts, it has to be said, in the midpoint of that race. But it was Jason Slater who held station, put up a great defence, and held on to the race lead to take victory ahead of Forshaw, with Paul Reynolds in third. So next we will see the British Supermoto A race, their third race of the day, brought to you by Sheen's Project and Doors. You can't go wrong with a bit of fanfare before a race. It really adds to the atmosphere there, doesn't it?
So we can see all our riders lining up on the grid, and it looks like we've also got a reverse grid. Now, we weren't sure if, due to the track, we were going to be able to do the reverse grid, but it looks like we've got Chris Walker, the Tripz UK rider, in third. It looks like Alex Mullaney on pole, and Peter Bennett in second. So definitely mixes it up a little bit, and with a track that's been quite difficult to overtake on for the past 2 days, I think it'll make a big difference to these overalls today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They were really looking forward to this one there. We're just having a look at number 55, Jack Nation, come through the picture there. There's number 34 as well of Ian Bremner. He had a good start earlier on today. There's a 666 of Darryl Pennington. But they're all making their way around. Of course, earlier on it was the track conditions were a lot wetter than what we are now.
Yep, they've gone from better to wetter to this. Yep, you can see that muddy line the entire way around the track. So all the riders making themselves familiar. But as they enter the final start-finish straight, we can actually see that it is almost bone dry down the centre. So tricky conditions, to say the least, because as it dries, that dirt also dries and becomes dusty, which means they have no grip on that either. So I think there'll be a lot of rear end sliding and spinning up for this one. But we'll take a look out the window to see what sort of tyres people have got on. I'm assuming we might have quite a few wets.
Well, we can see the 155 down there. Chris Walker is on the wet tyres, as is all of the front row.
Yeah.
And the second row as well. So, yeah, it looks like that the wet tyres is the order of this race.
Yeah, we can see the 108 of Dean Hillier there doing a rolling burnout, trying to get as much heat into that rear wet as possible, giving us a wave up here. So we're wishing Dean the best of luck.
We're looking there at the number 54 and the number 1 machines. Up next, of course, number 1, Chris Hodgson, and the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Race winner earlier on today. Alongside them is the number 55 machine of Jack Nation, of course, son of Trevor.
So it looks like we are ready to get underway.
Well, it's all about who will be the last of the late breakers then as we go in towards the first corner for the first time, of course, over 9 laps this race will be, and it is the number 100 machine of Alex Mullaney who takes the lead. A little bit of chopping and changing of position there. Is that Jack Nation getting pushed a little bit wide, I believe. Number 55, Jack Nation, losing a position in the mid-pack, but everybody through safely for the first time as we make the way in towards the paddock section of this Oliver's Mount circuit. But it was the number 100 machine, Alex Mullaney, who I believe he was saying earlier is the under-21 reigning champion.
Yep, so Alex is our under-21 reigning champion, but it looks like the biggest loser on that first lap would have been Jamie Duncan, because both Richard Blakeman and Chris Hodgson made it by him on that first lap. So we've got Alex Mullaney followed by Peter Bennett on that first lap. Can see there is Chris Walker now trying to take the lead from Alex, taking that inside line and just cutting off Alex's outside line there, so he couldn't get the drive that he'd like to. So that's the 155 Tripz UK boss Chris Walker now taking the lead as they finish this first lap, sliding onto that start finish straight.
Or side by side there between Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman as they cross the line then. That's number 54 and the number 1. In fact, they were separated by 0.003 of a second at the end of the first lap. That's Hodgson ahead of Blakeman by 0.003 of a second. Pete Bennett there inside the top 5. Then it's 217 Richard Sharp as we look at the riders now making their way in towards the first corner. That's Jack Nation putting a pass on Paul Groom for 10th place, that is. So Jack Nation back inside the top 10 as we move on to the second lap.
But it is still Alex Mullaney now in the lead. It looks like he's now found a way back past the 155 of Chris Walker. And then it's followed by the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, who's found his way into 3rd position from being on the 3rd row of the grid for this race. So it just goes to show that making these early passes for these reverse grid races really make all the difference. So Chris there trying that inside line to get past his teammate. Similar sort of move, but Alex not giving in too easily, is he? So he did not give in to the current reigning British Supermoto champion Chris Hodgson and held his own line there coming off the off-road section. Quick glance over to see him, and there's nothing much Alex can do about it there down the straight.
Get back towards me then into the paddock section. It is Chris Hodgson, who's also the fastest man on circuit at the end of that first flying lap, or what it would have been the end of lap number 2. 1 minute 15.472, 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else on the circuit. Alex Mullaney, Chris Walker, Richard Blakeman. Richard Sharp ahead of Pete Bennett to put himself inside the top 5 on that lap. But you're right, Jamie Duncan really was the big loser at the start of this race, and he's paying the price for it now.
Yep, unfortunately, Jamie, number 7, down in 7th. So you can see him there in just the back of shot. So still a bit of time now to try and make some passes, but he's going to have to be quick about it and try and get past Richard Sharp and Peter Bennett here. Looks like he may have got past Peter Bennett, actually. But there is our leader, the number 1 of Chris Hodgson there, taking that inside berm. So able to block the outside, but I don't know if it's as quick.
Well, the gap was 1/10 of a second between himself and Alex Mullaney as they crossed the line last time around. I think it's safe to say that that's opened up quite significantly throughout the course of lap number 3 here. 2 seconds is the new gap between Hodgson and Mullaney. Chris Walker in a strong 3rd place. Oh, he was at least before Richard Blakeman got past him. So Richard Blakeman ahead of Chris Walker. Richard Sharp, Jamie Duncan up ahead of Dean Hillier now. So Jamie Duncan moves up into 6th place ahead of Dean Hillier, and Pete Bennett dropping a couple more positions on that lap. Paul Rhodes 7/10 of a second behind him is Jack Nation. Then it's Paul Groom, Luca Jennings, Kyle Eccleston, Dean Wingate getting ahead of Ian Bremner on that lap. Oliver Holmes, James Wood, Darrell Pennington and Seth Gibson is your top 19. But Chris Hodgson is certainly opening up the advantage there in this. I watched that with bated breath because he got a little bit sideways on the exit of that, and that's a quick part of the circuit.
Yep, there was Richard Sharp sliding his way towards that off-road section. But you can see just how much dirt has been dragged all the way around there too. But there's Chris Hodgson sliding his way off the off-road section. You can see those titanium boot sliders sparking up as he now makes his way towards that start-finish straight. We'll just see. So Chris has opened that gap up now to 4 seconds over his teammate Alex Mullaney. So he's almost doubled it from the previous lap, and he's currently the fastest man on track with a 1:14.3, which is almost 2 seconds quicker than his teammate as well.
They're into the paddock section once more then. Just in the background of the shot there, we can see Chris Hodgson, Alex Mullaney and Richard Blakeman all making their way through. And there is number 1, Chris Hodgson, of course, the reigning British Supermoto champion. And the gap was 4 seconds. It certainly opened up over Chris Mullaney. But Richard Blakeman is right there with Alex Mullaney. I suspect he's looking to put a pass on him because the gap was 1 second between himself and Alex Mullaney at the start of lap number 5. He's well with him now as we go into the dirt section. We're watching Chris Hodgson there. A little bit of a slide on the exit there, just getting the power down on that machine around far bends and up over the top to the right hand side again, getting the power down, sliding a little bit In fact, it looks like he's trying to take a bit of a tighter line on the exit there to avoid the dirt. The same can't be said for Richard Blakeman, who's now ahead of Alex Mullaney, with Chris Walker ahead, Jamie Duncan inside the top 5, and that was a very sideways moment for Dean Hillier.
Yep, and Paul Rhodes there getting sideways. Also worth mentioning that it's a great ride for the 155 Tripz UK rider of Chris Walker. So he's currently first in our over 45, so great ride from him today to be currently sat in 4th. But he is getting now a bit of heat from the number 7 of the Scotsman, Jamie Duncan, now, who will be looking to try and make a move on him sooner rather than later, so he can start chasing down the number 100 of Alex Mullaney and the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Those two have seemed inseparable all weekend, so Jamie and Richard battling it out all day yesterday.
I can see when they're going to come into shot. If it helps me, if that helps you, I can call it.
So Jamie not quite close enough there to be able to make a move on Chris Walker. So all of them staying almost the same. Alex getting a bit sideways there as he came off onto the start-finish straight.
Well, it's interesting to see that they're getting a little bit sideways there. Of course, will that be the dirt just preventing traction getting through from the tyre into the tarmac, or would that be the on a dry surface, the wet tyre starting to chew themselves up a little bit?
I'd be more inclined to say it was the dirt that's been left behind, because if you notice, the riders that are taking that tighter line aren't spinning up quite as much and aren't sliding. So I'd say all those riders that are spinning up on that dirty line. So Jamie Duncan, number 7 there, has found a way past the 155 of Chris Walker, so he'll now be searching for a way past the 100 of Alex Mullaney. There in shot, you've got the 79 of Peter Bennett, followed by the number 8 of Paul Rhodes, but it's back to the 54 of Richard Blakeman now if they come up that off-road. Jamie Duncan all over the back there of Alex Mullaney.
Looks like that could have been is that number 155 of Chris Walker potentially, who got caught up a little bit in the off-road section. In fact, he's just coming across the line now there. So Chris Walker, who was within half a second of that battle for 3rd, he's dropped quite a significant amount of time. In fact, he dropped around about 4 or 5 seconds on Jamie Duncan on that lap. He's now 3.1 seconds behind as Jamie Duncan is searching this way, searching that way for a way past on Alex Mullaney. Of course, this is for 3rd place, the final podium position. But at the front of the race, Chris Hodgson with an 8.5 second advantage over number 54, Richard Blakeman. In fact, there he goes through our picture now, well on his way in towards the dirt section. And we are on the penultimate lap as well, 1.5 laps remaining. There's Richard Blakeman ahead of Jamie Duncan. So Jamie Duncan found a way past Mullaney.
I'm not sure where he's done that move, because he's done that move twice now. He's got past Chris Walker and Alex Mullaney in the same spot. So Jamie must have found something in that section that means he's able to gain an advantage, but that's put him up to 3rd position now and chasing down the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. But it is the number 1 of Chris Hodgson who's currently out in front, and he has managed to extend his lead to 7.6 seconds, so I think it was just over 8 on that last lap. So he's either taking it a little bit steady, trying not to take any risks on this last lap, knowing that he's got a bit of breathing room, or has Richard managed to find a little bit more speed in these last few laps?
Well, this section of the circuit seems to be favouring Jamie Duncan in terms of making a move. He, of course, previous lap, he's gone around the outside there of Richard Blakeman, so that must have been what he did to Alex Mullaney just 1 lap ago, but it is Jamie Duncan now up into 2nd place ahead of Richard Blakeman in the latter stages of this final lap. Great stuff there from the championship leader, Jamie Duncan.
Yeah, great recovery ride from Jamie after a pretty poor start to this race, so finding the way around the outside, that move definitely working for him there. So hopefully he can hold it together for the rest of this lap. So Fortunately not able to challenge our current race leader there, Chris Hodgson, who's managed to make a lot of passes early on in this race, but here he comes over the line on the back wheel to take the final win of the day in this Supermoto A race.
Fantastic stuff there from Chris Hodgson there. 3.2 seconds at the end of the race over Jamie Duncan, but of course that doesn't tell the full story of the race with Chris Hodgson. Once he hit the front, he was well away with it. Jamie Duncan, Richard Blakeman second and third, as Alex Mullaney crosses the line in fourth ahead of Dean Hillier and Chris Walker, dropping it down to sixth place. Side by side across the line there between Pete Bennett and Paul Rhodes, the 79 and the number 8. It was 0.074 seconds between Bennett and Rhodes across the line. Jack Nation up into ninth place ahead of the 130 of Paul Groom to round out the top 10.
Yeah, great ride also from the 475 of Lucas Jennings, the novice, who's managed to make his way up to 11th. Now looking, it looks like the 217 of Richard Sharp's possibly had an issue or made a mistake, so he's back down in 12th. Now we didn't see that focusing on that main battle at the front and for second, but it looks like he's had a bit of an issue there, finishing in 12th alongside his teammate 255 of Kyle Eccleston. But as all the riders have taken their checkered flag, it looks like it's coming to the end of round 6. So it's been a great round 6 here at Oliver's Mount, and for round 7 we will be at Teesside Autodrome on the 16th and 17th of September, with the 17th being covered by Technitive with another live stream. So if you're not able to make it to the northeast for that round, make sure you follow them on YouTube at TNL Sports, so where the sport lives. Also make sure you keep in the loop on the socials. We've got the British Supermoto Championship on Instagram and Facebook for all your Supermoto content. So we'll see you then. Thank you. Bye-bye.